Mr. Speaker. Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare, peace of New Zealand. Amen. The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr. Speaker, in next week we will be continuing to progress business that is on the order paper.
Well, just would note that there was a particularly large media scrum outside today, and that some of the media clearly not playing ball with regards to making sure that members get to the House, and that's going to be something I will speak to the gallery about.
Mr. Speaker?
Just a minute. If the opposition would like to hear more from the government about its intentions, then you're indicating that.
Be so kind, I'd be delighted.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Next week the House will consider further stages of the Public Finance Amendment Bill, the Legislation Amendment Bill and the Public Service Amendment Bill. The hours of Tuesday will be extended into Wednesday morning for government business. On Wednesday, the general debate will be replaced by a debate on the Finance and Expenditure Committee's report on the Treasury's long-term fiscal statement and will be followed by members' business.
Two petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Daniel Walker, requesting that the House urge the government to fully staff and resource Nelson Hospital, rebuild Nelson Hospital and publicly release all independent and internal reports into care at Nelson Hospital. Petition of Donna Dabinet, requesting that the House ban social media for all convicted rapists released early from prison.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered two papers.
2024-25 annual reports of the Government Communications Security Bureau and the New Zealand Security Intelligence Service.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 15 select committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Education and Workforce Committee on the inquiry into harm young New Zealanders encounter online and the roles that government, business and society should play in addressing those harms. Reports of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the 2024-25 annual reviews of Kiwi Group Capital Limited, New Zealand Green Investment Finance Limited and the Office of the Controller and Auditor General, Government Superannuation Fund Authority, the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, and on the financial statements of the Government of New Zealand for the year ended 30th of June 2025. Report of the Health Committee on the 2024-25 annual review of the Pharmaceutical Management Agency. Report of the Intelligence and Security Committee on the 2024-25 annual reviews of the Government Communications Security Bureau and the New Zealand Security Intelligence Service. Reports of the Social Services and Community Committee on the 2024-25 annual reviews of Sport and Recreation New Zealand, Tamaki Redevelopment Company Limited, Ministry for Ethnic Communities, Ministry for Pacific Peoples, Ministry for Women, the Arts, Culture and Heritage Sector, and the 2024-25 annual reviews of the broadcasting sector.
The report of the Education and Workforce Committee and the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the financial statements of the Government of New Zealand for the year ended 30 June 2025 are set down for consideration. The clerk's been informed of the introduction of a bill.
Appropriation 2024-25 Confirmation and Validation Bill, introduction.
The bill is set down for first reading. We come now to oral questions. The first, the name of Nancy Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economic impact of conflict in the Middle East?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen reports of overnight activity in the financial markets. Oil was trading at around US $81 a barrel this morning. Little changed from yesterday's close, but still up around 14% from a week ago. US and European equities actually rose in overnight trading, although Asian stock markets were down. The New Zealand dollar is up slightly against the US dollar and the trade-weighted index rose 0.6% overnight. It appears that risk sentiment in the markets is relatively stable, at least for the time being.
Supplementary question. Has Has she seen any reports of economic impacts under different scenarios?
Mr. Speaker, yes. I've seen some what-if analyses from different commentators. Those are interesting, but as I said, markets seem relatively calm at the moment and are not rushing to worst-case scenarios. That sentiment may be influenced by comments from the US administration that it is considering measures to support oil flows, including shipping insurance and naval escorts for tankers. It could also be that markets are waiting to see how the conflict unfolds. As I've said previously, there is likely to be an impact on the New Zealand economy, but that will depend on the scale and duration of any disruption and how quickly things get back to normal.
Supplementary, when will any impacts of the Middle East conflict be reflected in the forecasts?
Mr. Speaker, the Treasury's next set of economic and fiscal forecasts will be released on the 28th of May, alongside this year's budget. These forecasts will reflect information available before the forecasts are closed off in April, and that includes, of course, any impacts of the conflict. The Reserve Bank's next set of economic forecasts will be in its monetary policy statement on the 27th of May. However, the Reserve Bank may choose to comment on global events in the April monetary policy review.
Supplementary, what is the starting point for the next set of forecasts?
Mr. Speaker, a lot of factors are incorporated in the forecasts. One of those is how the Crown accounts have been tracking in the year to date. The accounts for the first 7 months were released this morning, and they show that key fiscal indicators are tracking stronger than forecast in the half-year update. Members will be interested to hear that the Obergall X deficit was $1.9 billion lower at the end of January than was previously forecast. Net core Crown debt was lower than forecast, and core Crown expenses were lower than forecast. While there's a lot of water to go under the bridge in this financial year, it's good to see the accounts looking better than previously expected.
Question number 2, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister of Energy. What specific gas price sensitivity analysis did MB and Concept Consulting carry out for the LNG terminal decision, if any?
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr Speaker, the modelling by Concept Consulting included a number of scenarios, including variations in the LNG price to assess the impact on electricity prices. The modelling showed that the key benefit of LNG is to provide the market with certainty to access fuel during a dry year that will reduce the risk premium and provide downward pressure on electricity prices. The most important thing to consider is the long-run price of LNG, and that is why we expect to see a reduction in consumer bills by at least $50 per household.
Supplementary question. What LNG price path in New Zealand dollars per gigajoule underpins his claims that New Zealanders will save money?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I outlined in my answer to the primary question, Concept Consulting included a number of scenarios, including variations in LNG price. For the member's interest, when one looks at the LNG price in terms of what it is currently trading at, it is somewhat and closely aligned to the 10-year average.
Supplementary. How can New Zealanders have confidence in his claims when the regulatory impact statement and cost recovery analysis record a constrained analysis of options, constrained timeframes, no completed business case and no independent stage gate review?
Well, Mr Speaker, Kiwis can be confident because LNG makes New Zealand more resilient. Surprisingly enough, having more options than less options gives you greater resilience. And greater resilience, Mr Speaker, means less volatility. And for those at home, if you have less volatility, you see less power prices and downward pressure on power prices. On this side of the House, we understand energy, and that's why we're putting more options on the table.
Supplementary. If he agrees with the Prime Minister that LNG prices go up and down, why did he lock New Zealanders into this volatility without first demanding genuinely comprehensive analysis of LNG price and contract risks?
Well, Mr Speaker, the member has just asked a question in terms of me locking New Zealanders into a scenario. The counterfactual, Mr Speaker, is that in the context of having no gas, means that we currently do not have enough gas to fuel our existing power plants. The reason why we don't have enough gas today, Mr. Speaker, is the previous government banned oil and gas, and that's why our energy prices are high. Thank you, Labor.
Supplementary question.
Just, all right.
Has he, in light of this week's price spikes, sought updated advice on whether scaling up domestic solutions, like more renewables and demand-side measures, could provide the same dry year security with less exposure to global volatile prices?
Mr. Speaker, as I've outlined in answers to questions already in this House, when the assessment was undertaken by this government in order to select the LNG scenario, a number of options were considered. However, none of the other options were able to deliver the solution to the problem in which this country faces, which is we do not have enough gas to make electricity in a dry year. And none of the other solutions will meet that requirement in terms of cost or time. And we face an acute problem, Mr. Speaker, because in 2024 we had prices exceeding $800 because we did not have the fuel. It is incumbent upon the government to ensure that we do have fuel to make electricity in a dry year, and that is what we're doing.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister a very direct question about whether he'd sought updated advice this week in light of events. I'm still not sure whether or not he has sought that updated advice from the answer he gave.
Well, I took it from the answer that he said that they had considered a range of things, that none of them came up to scratch from their perspective, and nothing's changed. The Honourable Shane Jones.
No updated advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister make available any price sensitivity analysis undertaken by MB when the refinery was closed down under Honourable Wood's leadership?
That's too wide of the question. Point of order. The points of order are heard in silence.
Price sensitivity analysis, MB, underlying that is fuel security. The closure of the refinery is obviously a blow, arguably, to fuel security. How can that possibly be out of line?
Well, because it wasn't a government action, would be one reason. But I'll allow the Minister to make a comment to move us on.
Mr. Speaker, it would be fair to say, and I think what the member is also referring to is that when a government makes a policy decision in order to reduce options within a country, it creates volatility and puts upward pressure on price. And what we saw from the last government's policy decision to shut the oil refinery, to ban oil and gas, is it reduced New Zealand's independence and energy independence, reduced its energy resilience, and as a result, this government is having to tidy up their mess.
Question 3, Kahurangi Kata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Children. Was she aware of the reported increase in kids in state care with complex needs and disabilities being housed in motels, sometimes with untrained staff, before the Aotearoa Tamariki Experiences of Care in Aotearoa 2024-2025 report? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have asked Oranga Tamariki about the serious allegation in the member's question of kids being housed in motels with untrained staff, and they've been unable to identify what the member is referring to. If the member has evidence of this occurring, I would strongly encourage her to provide this information so it can be addressed and we can make sure that kids are safe, rather than waiting to raise it in the House. To the broader question, yes, I am aware that motels are being used as an emergency option as a last resort, where no other safe option is available. This practice even predates Oranga Tamariki as an organisation.
Supplementary. Has she seen the report released yesterday, and has she read it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've read the ICM report very closely.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her statement that it is, quote unquote, unacceptable that children in care are staying in motels? And if so, how does she justify the over 25% increase that has taken place under her watch in the last year?
Mr. Speaker, no one wants to see kids in motels or young people in motels, but the reality is sometimes it's more important to make sure that their safety and well-being comes first. There are many reasons for why a young person may be placed in a motel. The most common length of stay in the motel is 1 night, Mr. Speaker, and most children and young people stay fewer than 3 nights. Sometimes it is a case of not wanting to remove them from their community, from their family supports, while we make sure we can find a safe place for them to stay.
Supplementary. Does she agree that 246 tamariki and rangatahi in care spending over 4,000 nights in motels, with the longest stay being nearly a year, is inconsistent with motels being used as a last resort?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the most common length of stay in a motel is 1 night, and most children and young people stay for 3 nights or fewer. Sometimes this is unavoidable. In an emergency situation where there is no placement available and we don't want to remove that young person from their community or their supports, this is a better option. They still also need to go to school and have a routine. Removing them from their communities is not a better option.
Supplementary. What does she say to the caregiver who stated, quote, "We got told about her disability, but got limited information around how to work with her needs. It was really rushed, especially not knowing anything or given any information," end quote.
Mr. Speaker, I think because the first question was incorrect, I would have to take away and verify what that member is saying before I can answer it.
Supplementary. How does placing tamariki with complex needs in the care of untrained caregivers, insufficiently trained caregivers, like security guards, fit with the key priorities she has set, including ensuring the safety of children and young people and supporting caregivers?
Mr. Speaker, I have read the ICM report very closely, and there is no mention in that report of untrained staff being used to look after children in motels.
Supplementary question, the Honourable David Seymour.
How would the Minister advise members of the public or Parliament to raise serious concerns about children's welfare with oranga tamariki?
Mr. Speaker, there are many ways that those concerns can be raised. They can be raised with oranga tamariki themselves. A letter could be sent to my office so that I can follow up, and even a letter to be sent to speak about the situation would be helpful too.
Question number 4, Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Media and Communications. On what dates has he or any person acting on his behalf discussed TVNZ news coverage with any member of the TVNZ board, including the chair of TVNZ, Andrew Barclay, or the chief executive of TVNZ?
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday the 1st of March I received...
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
On Sunday the 1st of March I received a text message from the chair of TVNZ asking for a call. We spoke about a range of matters including TVNZ financials, board appointments, and he observed, as I recall, that TVNZ had been in the news that week over a law and order story and that he was taking an interest in it in the context of the board's interest in improving trust in TVNZ. I didn't engage further in the discussion on that matter. Also on Tuesday evening, I spoke at the 60th anniversary of Country Calendar, hosted by TVNZ, and spoke with 3 board members and the chief executive. To the best of my knowledge, TVNZ news coverage did not come up in those conversations. The primary point of discussion was the history of Country Calendar. Yesterday I spoke to the chair. Yesterday I spoke to the chair, informing him that I had been questioned about our phone call on the way out of the House as a courtesy, and I rang him again at 6:30 yesterday evening after the coverage over the afternoon to check on his welfare, as he is a new chair.
Supplementary. Has he sought an assurance from TVNZ Chair Andrew Barclay in any of those conversations that he hasn't discussed or directed the minister's or his ministerial colleagues' concerns around TVNZ coverage of crime numbers on 26 February 2026 with any staff member of TVNZ? And if not, why not?
Sorry, can I ask him to repeat that? It had so many legs, I couldn't understand it.
Thank you. I would like to hear that myself one more time.
Has he sought an assurance from TVNZ Chair Andrew Barclay that he hasn't discussed or directed the minister's or his ministerial colleagues' concerns around TVNZ coverage of crime numbers on 26 February 2026 with any staff member of TVNZ? And if not, why not?
No, I haven't sought that assurance directly. What is my expectation of the board? I have the primary government interest in TVNZ is one, that it maintains its financial stability, two, that it's growing its audiences and producing great quality local content, and the third thing that has been raised in my letter of expectation is building or improving levels of trust, and I expect the board to have an interest in all of those topics.
Supplementary.
Just a moment. Someone stands up to start asking a question. It's a good idea for everyone else to be quiet.
Is he then guaranteeing to the New Zealand public that the TVNZ Chair, Andrew Barclay, has not sought to influence editorial discussions at TVNZ?
Well, I wouldn't expect the board to be interfering in editorial decisions at TVNZ. I would expect the board to have an interest in the broader issue of improving trust, as I do with the RNZ board, and that's absolutely appropriate.
Does he have regular scheduled phone calls with the chair of the TVNZ board, Andrew Barclay?
No, I don't. I meet the board formally every quarter, but I'm in the habit quite often of speaking with chairs of entities that I'm responsible for at all hours. As that member may not be aware, but being a minister is a busy role, and we talk to people at all hours on all sorts of topics.
Supplementary. What notes or record of the phone call on Sunday 1 March did the minister make?
None.
Supplementary. What did the minister say when the subject of One News coverage of crime numbers was raised by TVNZ Chair Andrew Barclay?
As I said in answer to the first one, I didn't engage further in the discussion on that matter. I may possibly have grunted, but I'm not sure.
Supplementary. Is it appropriate for a minister to complain about TVNZ news coverage in a public forum?
Well, I'm afraid that does happen from time to time. And it seems to me it's quite possible that the previous Labor government ministers may have done that from time to time as well. But I've often made the observation that a politician complaining about the media is like a farmer complaining about the weather. You may be right, but it makes no difference. And so you've got to figure out how to succeed in any respect.
Supplementary.
We'll have everyone listening to the question.
What, if anything, has the minister done about other ministers in government complaining about news coverage at TVNZ?
Well, my concern is that I might find that I have no time left to do anything else if I was bothering myself. It is unfortunately something that happens from time to time. Now, whether or not that's fair or not is inappropriate. But what I am clear about is the legislative requirement that no minister, including myself, should seek to direct TVNZ in relation to their coverage of news items, and we certainly haven't done that.
Supplementary.
Once again, we're listening.
Did Minister Mark Mitchell or anyone on his behalf raise One News coverage of 26 February 2026 on rising gang numbers with him or any member of his office, and if so, when?
Well, yes, I think he did raise it with me. We were together and we were we weren't happy with the coverage, but that happens on a regular basis. So we're quite often not happy with particular coverage, but that's neither here nor there. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong.
Supplementary.
Just once again, that's the fourth warning. Reverend Davidson.
Did the Prime Minister or his office raise One News coverage of 26 February 2026 concerning rising gang numbers with him or any member of his office, and if so, when?
Well, again, I'm in constant conversation with the Prime Minister, and he did grumble about that story. And what we grumbled about was the fact that on the day that we had announced that there were 49,000 fewer victims of crime in this country, there was a story that ignored that entirely and talked about something else. We weren't happy about it. That's life.
Supplementary. When did he inform the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office of his discussion with Andrew Barclay on Sunday the 1st of March?
I don't recall informing him at all. That probably came up after it came up in the public setting. I didn't think it was a matter that I needed to bother the Prime Minister with.
Supplementary. Has the Minister or those acting on his behalf at all times complied with the non-interference in editorial content of TVNZ as required by law?
Absolutely.
Supplementary. Would it be appropriate for the Chair of TVNZ to raise the issue of One News media coverage with the Minister?
I don't think it would be appropriate for the Chair to interfere with decisions that TVNZ made about their coverage. In terms of mentioning it to me in the context of a board focusing on improving levels of trust and the issue that's been raised, I don't have a particularly strong view. He probably shouldn't have, but it's certainly not a major issue.
Supplementary. Does he still have confidence in the man he appointed as chair of TVNZ, Andrew Barclay, after he discussed One News editorial coverage with the Minister, contrary to the law?
I do have confidence in the chair. I think he's doing a great job, and as I said, the government's primary interest in TVNZ, members of the board, is that the board are focused on the financial sustainability of TVNZ. Secondly, that it's growing its audiences. Thirdly, that it's producing great local content. And fourthly, that it continues to work on improving overall levels of trust. Now, as everybody's conscious all around the world, particularly since COVID, there have been drops in trust in media generally, and that's an issue. And we would expect the board to be focused on the overall effort to improve those levels of trust.
Point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones. Wait till I finish. Point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
Of that last question, Standing Order 390 makes it perfectly clear. Inferences, allegations of wrongdoing, based on a faulty interpretation of law, that's not a question fit for this House. Certainly when he's seeking to demean a steadfast, proud New Zealander who happens to be the chair of that board.
Thank you for that. We'll go to question 5, Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality. What recent reports has she seen on tourism's contribution to the economy?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr. Speaker, data released this week shows New Zealand's tourism sector continues to grow, driving billions of dollars into our economy. The tourism satellite account shows total tourism expenditure in New Zealand is at $46.6 billion for the year ending March 25. This is an increase of $1.5 billion or 3.3% compared to March 24. This data also shows that 1 in 9 people are now employed in the tourism and hospitality industries, with total tourism employment increasing to over 325,000 people. These results highlight exactly why tourism is a key part of our government's plan to fix the basics and build the future.
Supplementary. What other reports has she seen on international tourism into New Zealand?
Mr. Speaker, the latest International Visitor Survey, which was released this week, shows international visitors returning to New Zealand in droves, with visitor spend on the up. This data shows international tourism contributed $12.5 billion to New Zealand's economy for the year ending December 25, up 3% on the previous year. These results highlight why the work we are doing to boost our tourism and hospitality sector is so important. More international visitors mean more customers for our businesses, which means more jobs are being created across our country.
Supplementary. How do more international visitors support economic growth?
Mr. Speaker, as the country's second highest export earner, tourism and hospitality has a key role in New Zealand's economic growth. Our overall median spend per visitor is up 3% at $2,248, and the median daily spend is up 8% at $309. This means visitors are spending more on our accommodation, our cafes, our local businesses, of course providing a significant boost to the economy. More spending means more jobs in our communities. Increased visitor spending also flows directly into our regions, supporting local jobs and creating opportunities for communities and businesses up and down the country.
Supplementary. What commentary has she seen on these reports?
Mr. Speaker, Tourism Industry Aotearoa Chief Executive Rebecca Ingram has said significant effort has been injected into stimulating demand and getting New Zealand tourism back on the map. Tourism businesses love what they do. This information shows that this passion translates to more jobs, valuable export earnings and continued growth. She also said this summer we have seen changes to our visa settings for China, which has made a real difference, and we've seen quite considerable activity to stimulate demand. Mike Hosking said this morning, "I think the tourism stuff this week is the best story of the week so far. Tourism is back."
Good stuff.
Mr. Speaker, the strength of our tourism industry is clear to see. As a government, we are committed to ensuring a thriving tourism industry in New Zealand.
Growing the future.
Question number 6, Scott Willis.
Speaker, my question is for the Minister for Energy and asks, did he model how the exposure to global liquefied natural gas markets would affect electricity prices for households in his proposal to build a liquefied natural gas terminal? And if so, what did the modelling show?
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr. Speaker, yes, independent modelling shows that an LNG importation facility will reduce forward prices by at least $10 per megawatt hour, reducing the average Kiwis power bill by $50.
Supplementary. How can the Minister have confidence that an LNG terminal is the lowest cost option for Kiwi households when renewable options were excluded so early on?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I answered in responses to question 2 today on similar questions, I outlined and noted that we did consider a range of options when making the decision to build a LNG terminal, but none of those other options, Mr. Speaker, could be delivered within the time nor create the amount of electricity and power required to cover the gap that we have in the electricity market, and that's why we've landed on the decision for LNG. But it is not the case of just doing LNG. We are also a government that is supporting a significant build-out of renewable generation across this country, actually the most amount of renewable generation in the last 18 months in the entirety of the last decade under this government. So we are doing everything we can. It is an and conversation, and LNG and renewables is part of the solution.
Supplementary. Is it fair that Kiwi households will pay an extra levy on their power bills to subsidise industrial LNG users and infrastructure which would not be commercially viable otherwise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I reject the premise in that question because that is factually not correct. Kiwi power bills for both households and businesses will reduce as a result of the LNG importation terminal, because the simple reality is when you don't have fuel to make electricity, prices spike, and that's what we inherited as a result of the banning of oil and gas. That's why prices spiked in 2024. We did not have, and we do not have, sufficient fuel to make electricity. Hence the decision to make and create the capacity to import that. Having more options versus less options gives you more resilience. More resilience reduces the volatility in the prices that Kiwi households and businesses pay, and as a result sees downward pressure.
Supplementary. Does he expect that the electricity generators and retailers who buy LNG fuel will pass on the cost of LNG to consumers? And if so, how much would costs for households rise if there was a 50% spike in LNG prices, as has happened this week?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the counterfactual is we do not have gas, and we do not have today the capability to import fuel. So the reality is when you don't have gas, prices spike, and that is the reality and the problem statement that we are looking to resolve. By importing gas, we resolve that problem. The way in which gas is priced is done over the long run price. These contracts are contracted and are done over a long period of time generally. They are not always purchased in the context of a spot price. And the reality is, irrespective of what the spot price does, when you look at the long run price of LNG prices at the moment, even today, they are still consistent with the long run average, and the spot price today is actually down from where it was on Monday, but still significantly below the peaks of the Ukraine crisis.
Supplementary. Does he stand by the statement of the Prime Minister that, quote, "I do think that energy independence is a good thing, and that's what this government is delivering," end quote? If so, how is tying New Zealanders' power bills to imported fuels vulnerable to supply disruption and price shocks, as demonstrated by the Iran conflict this week, delivering energy independence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, I do agree with the Prime Minister, but I think, as the member will appreciate, and I acknowledge his party are not the biggest fans of coal, but the reality of having another option in addition to coal, which is also subject to international price fluctuation, means that we have more options. And having more options other than just coal to make electricity in a dry year is a good thing. More options is better than no options. And the scenario in which I inherit and we inherit as coming into government is no options. And that is not energy security, nor is it independence. But we want to solve that problem, and we are.
Supplementary.
Just wait for a moment. Just wait for a moment. Scott Willis.
Why is it that the government is willing to be interventionist on part of the fossil fuel industry, such as through billion-dollar subsidies for LNG and $200 million for gas exploration, but will not invest in the lowest cost option that would reduce household power bills like solar, which this government has rejected?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've answered in responses to prior questions, we have seen more renewable generation built in this country in the last 18 months in the entirety of the last decade. This is a government that is making it easier and faster and cheaper to build all electricity generation in this country. Why? Because we need electricity to power our economy. And one of the challenges that we inherited is that options were shut down. Banning oil and gas takes options off the table. No oil and gas means no power that can be produced in a dry year. Less options means more expensive power bills for Kiwis. That's a legacy that we inherited from your government of the Greens and Labor. That's a legacy we're turning around.
Question number 7. The Honourable Dr. Aotearoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks how many people have had a GP consult through the government's 24/7 online GP service since it was launched in July 2025.
Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Matt Tusi.
On behalf of the Minister, I'm advised that of the 22nd of February 2026, there's been 70,754 funded consultations for 56,498 individual users provided by the online GP service. That means tens of thousands of Kiwis have received care they otherwise could not have accessed, making a real difference in those people's lives.
Supplementary, how does that compare to the government's original claim that it would provide care to 1 million New Zealanders each year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was never meant to be a silver bullet. It was to complement our primary care services. We announced it 6 months ago and we're looking to scale it up. Want to welcome those 8 providers that are delivering care 24/7. That's 60,000 Kiwis who have had extra access to primary care.
24 hours a day.
What level can New Zealanders expect the service to be scaled to in the coming year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are working with providers and we will accept more providers in time. But I'd just like to point out that when we came into government, only 75% of Kiwis could access their GP. That's now gone up to 79.5%. Things are trending in the right direction.
Supplementary, is it correct that even if the service hits 100,000 users this year, it will only be operating at 1/10 of the volumes that were originally promised?
Mr. Speaker, I refute that question. It was never promised. This was a service that was always about complementing GP practices. On this side of the House, we believe people should have choice, and we've given them choice to access online 24/7 care. It won't be for everyone, but for those who choose to do it, they can access that in real time.
Patients first. Point of order, sir.
Point of order, the Honourable Kira McAnulty.
There's been a bit of discussion in question time the last couple of weeks around the standard of contributions from members. Throughout that question there was heckling from the government benches that was making personally derogatory comments to my colleague who was asking questions. I won't go into it in detail now, but perhaps if you could review the Hansard and the recordings and come back to the House and say whether you believe that to be appropriate.
I will do that. I also noticed that in my left ear I was hearing a lot of commentary while the answer was being given as well. Number 8, Rawiri Waititi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those comments aren't helpful at all. Rawiri Waititi.
My question is to the Minister of Defence. Will she rule out sending any military support to the USA and Israel for their military strikes on Iran, which have led to the reported deaths of 1,097 civilians, including 181 children under the age of 10? If not, why not?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Mr. Speaker, we have not received any request to contribute to the US and Israel's military action. New Zealand is not central to the issues in the Middle East. Any decision would be one for joint ministers or cabinet, not for the Minister of Defence alone.
Why is the Minister refusing to categorically rule out supporting the illegal invasion of Iran when these strikes were not authorised by the UN Security Council and there was no evidence of an imminent threat to the USA?
I'm going to repeat the answer because obviously I've just given, because obviously the member hasn't taken that into account. We have not received any request to contribute to the US and Israel's military action. New Zealand is not central to the issues in the Middle East. Any decision would be one for joint ministers or cabinet. I may be the Minister of Defence, but I'm neither joint ministers nor cabinet.
How can Aotearoa trust that this government will stick to their word and keep Aotearoa out of this invasion when it was the National Party who advocated for New Zealand to support the invasion of Iraq in 2003?
Because we're a really sensible government and not stupid.
Could have fooled me.
Well, don't leave any speculation about how hard that might be. Just ask your question.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. Does she agree with the Prime Minister that we have a responsibility to do everything we can to bolster the existing rules-based international order? If so, how will sending military support to aid this illegal invasion bolster the existing rules based on international order?
I'm not sure that the member has any understanding. They've just answered the question multiple times. We are not sending military support to deal with bolstering anything. What we are doing is we're sending military support with Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade consular people to be able to get out of the Middle East those New Zealanders and those from Pacific nations and our other Commonwealth friends as well, who want to come back to New Zealand. I would have thought that was pretty clear. It's not quite the same. I can tell the member we don't have the sort of equipment that's being used in the Middle East.
Question number 9, Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all the government's statements and actions?
The Honourable
Speaker,
Seymour.
On behalf of the Prime Minister, yes. In particular, today, our government's various efforts to get money into the country by making overseas investment easier and indeed welcoming it. We've seen the time taken to consent an overseas investment application drop by 60% from 71 days down to 28. We've seen under the Active Investor Plus settings 589 applications with a total value of $3.47 billion, already far exceeding expectations, and yet we don't see that as enough. Tomorrow, legislation will come into force that will allow most overseas investments to be consented in just 15 days by introducing a new two-track system that puts the emphasis on risky investment and allows people who want to send money to our country harmlessly to be able to do so much more easily. Altogether, it is a symbol that this government understands while we may be an island nation, we can't be an island that puts up walls to the seas of capital and ideas that surround us. We're open for business and we're going to get wealthier for the whole country by doing so.
Supplementary.
I just suggest that the member 3 seats in from the cross benches on my right is not particularly helping the efforts of ministers to answer their questions. Cameron Luxon.
Does he stand by removing the dual mandate of the Reserve Bank?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, yes, absolutely. Our government has told the Reserve Bank to focus exclusively on controlling inflation. And the reason that we have done that is that we saw the pain that was caused when the Reserve Bank let go of its focus on inflation. Inflation hit 7.3% and it hit the poorest people who depend on living week to week the hardest. It was okay for people with lots of assets. Their assets appreciate when the government takes its eye off inflation, but we care about the opportunities of everyone in New Zealand to get ahead, and to do that you need a stable currency, so $1 in your pocket today will be worth as close as possible to $1 this time next year.
Does he stand by reforming interest deductibility for landlords?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I absolutely stand by our policy of treating people in the property business exactly the same as every other business in the country. If you have an interest expense in any business, that is a legitimate expense to deduct from your income tax liability. None of this is complicated, but all of it is important. It's not just that we want to be consistent in principles in our tax policy, it's also that it has had real effects for those people who are trying to buy a home. A former Prime Minister said that we were removing interest deductibility from residential property to tilt the market towards first home buyers. And you know what happened? Rents went through the roof and first home buyers had less to save a deposit. We actually have helped first home buyers who are now buying homes at record levels, I think at 28% of new purchases, because we've got rents going down in many regions and flat in others after we reduced unfair taxes on renting out residential property.
Supplementary. Does he stand by changes to pay equity?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, absolutely. The Equal Pay Act 1972 remains in place. It is still possible to take an appeal if you suffer from sex-based discrimination, and that is something that our government remains committed to. All three parties believe that all people should be treated with equal rights and free from discrimination. But what we don't support is a bureaucratic, Byzantine set of rules that are overly complicated, overly expensive, and amount to setting wages by judges using crazy formulae in order to distribute money to places that it wouldn't have otherwise gone. And I say to the people on the other side, if they don't like it and they're going to bring pay equity back, show us the money.
Supplementary. Has he seen reports of anyone wanting to return the Reserve Bank to a dual mandate, remove interest deductibility from landlords and or turn the clock back on pay equity claims?
Mr. Speaker,
this can't be a question that's designed to attack the opposition. So
Mr. Speaker, I have no such intention.
Of course.
Mr. Speaker, I have not seen any such reports. If I did, I would assume that it was simply a bad dream, a nightmare never to be repeated, and that couldn't possibly happen in a country as pure and innocent as New Zealand. But just in case there was a small or remote possibility, we will be campaigning hard to make sure that the book on people's shelves is the Edmonds Cookery book, not Barbara Edmonds' book Cookery.
Yeah, you don't need to. Sorry, you're going to have to withdraw and apologise for that remark.
I withdraw with great regret.
So you need to apologise.
I withdraw and apologise.
Question 10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Question 10, Rema Narkley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Defence and asks, what recent announcements has she made about the New Zealand Defence Force providing assistance to New Zealanders in the Middle East?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Overnight, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and I agreed to pre-deploy New Zealand consular staff and 2 C-130Js to the region to be ready when conditions allow for any civilian evacuations. We cannot be sure when and how civilian evacuations might be possible, but we want to be ready if and when the conditions on the ground make them possible. Our Defence Force and Foreign Affairs staff are playing a vital role in this situation, stepping up to assist New Zealanders in distress overseas. There are limits on how much we can say publicly for reasons of operational security.
Supplementary. How does this assistance demonstrate the need for the New Zealand Defence Force to maintain a high level of readiness to help in situations like this?
Well, this situation illustrates that crises can emerge suddenly and in places where thousands of New Zealanders may require assistance. With over 3,000 New Zealanders already registered in the region and potentially thousands more unregistered, the ability to move many people quickly to safety relies on having aircraft like the C-130J and skilled personnel ready to deploy.
Supplementary. How does this demonstrate the need for New Zealand to invest in its defence capabilities?
The Defence Capability Plan 2025 is the government's multi-billion-dollar plan for the modern combat-capable New Zealand Defence Force that pulls its weight internationally and domestically. Situations such as the one we are seeing unfold in the Middle East demonstrate firsthand the requirement for our Defence Force to be both equipped with the kit they need and trained to be able to use it. The government's approach to defence outlined in the plan deliberately focuses on what we can and must do to rebuild the NZDF. We must invest very wisely in critical capability to ensure our personnel are combat capable, interoperable and ready to be of use to New Zealand wherever they are needed.
Supplementary. How does the New Zealand Defence Force's contribution complement the work being led by other agencies?
The deployment is part of the whole of government effort. The NZDF's airlift capabilities complements Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade's consular leadership with pre-deployed diplomatic staff and military aircrew working together to prepare options for all contingencies. Our advice to New Zealanders is to leave only if it is safe and possible for them to do so. Where it is not safe to leave, shelter in place and call MFAT's 24/7 Consular Call Centre for support and advice.
Question number 11, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Housing, does he stand by his statement that, quote, there are 7,000 more social houses in the country, end quote, and if so, how many of these additional houses were funded in budgets 2024 and 2025?
Yes, Mr Speaker. Yes, Mr Speaker, since this government came into office, over 7,000 net new social houses have been delivered. Of those, 308 were funded in budgets 24 and 25, and of course we've funded lots more social and affordable homes that are underway. And finally, Mr Speaker, because Nicola Willis forgot to do it, can I say hello to Mr and Mrs Willis in the gallery.
Mr Speaker, supplementary. How are the frontline agencies supposed to find homes for what they claim are unprecedented levels of homeless people when his government has only delivered 308 social houses in 2 years?
Well, I think the member is conflating two different issues. If the member's referring to housing first, places, then we have made an explicit direction that they can look at renting homes from the private market, which essentially become social houses because they attract the extra subsidy required for that. It is not the case that the housing first places we have funded most recently, and indeed have successive governments have funded in the past, are required to be new social housing builds. We made that decision because, as I hope the member will appreciate, we wanted to get people who were sleeping rough into homes as soon as we could.
Point of order, sir.
Point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Well, I appreciate the response. I did not ask about housing first places. If I wanted to find out about that, I would have specifically asked about it. The question directly flowed from the primary. In the primary, the Minister answered that there had been 308 delivered out of those budgets, and I asked how the frontline providers are supposed to find houses for the homeless people when that's all that they have delivered. I didn't ask about housing first.
He did answer that, and it was also talking about that was part of how do you find houses, I would have thought.
Supplementary. How can you expect to house the growing number of homeless when the pipeline of houses contracted or under construction have dropped from 8,863 in 2023 to just 1,513 today, a drop of 83% in just 2 years?
Well, a couple of points to be made in relation to that. Firstly, there are future budgets to come, and the government's, well, you fund these things over time, as the last government did, as you would remember. So there are budgets to come. The second point I would make is that what I didn't talk about in the primary answer is a lot of Maori affordable homes being delivered through iwi partnerships. I also didn't talk about transitional housing places that are also available. And there are a range of other programs designed to help people in need. As a government, homelessness went up between 2018 and 2023 at a time when you spent tens of billions of dollars on Aotearoa. So maybe check the facts. Maybe check the facts, because okay. Well, here are the facts. Between 2018 and 2023, people living in severe housing deprivation increased at a time that tens of billions of dollars were spent by the government on housing support. So if it was a money problem, the previous people in charge of the government books would have fixed it. The social housing wait list between 2017 and 2023 quintupled at a time when billions of dollars were spent on Aotearoa. I'll put this government's record on social housing up against the lunatics opposite any day of the week.
Supplementary.
Just withdraw the one comment there.
I assume you're talking about lunatics. I withdraw and apologise.
Well, okay, that's not the way to do it. You simply stand, withdraw and apologise.
I withdraw and apologise.
Supplementary. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Does the Minister stand by his statement that the social housing register is not an accurate measure of need and should not be referred to as a measure of success or otherwise? And if so, why did he just do so in response to one of my colleagues?
Well, of course, I've made that point. Of course, I've made that point many times. But it is the measure we have. It is the measure we have. And it's also a measure the previous government used to work out how many people are in, as a proxy of need for people in need of emergency need of social housing. It is not perfect, but it is the measure we have. It has been consistent across multiple governments around the eligibility to get onto the measure. Therefore, it enables comparison between different periods of time. Is it perfect? No. Is it what we have? Yes. Could it be improved? Absolutely. DPMC did a report under the previous government recommending a series of improvements to it, some of which have been actioned, some of which are part of a longer-term program. It's not perfect, but it's what we've got.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Tamapota.
Can the Minister of Housing please confirm that the number on the social housing register in October 2023 was 2,543 and since then to November 2025 is reduced to 19,505? And the emergency housing household numbers in October 2023 was 3,342 and that is now reduced to under 500.
I think the member meant 25,000 rather than 2,000 in his reference to the October 2023, but no, that is not the case. Allegations like that are serious allegations. That is not correct. Eligibility for the social housing register is unchanged. No, that is an allegation. That is not. That is an allegation. The member should be careful about throwing allegations like that is misleading the House. That is not correct. Eligibility for the social housing register is unchanged from the previous government to today, which allows for comparisons. Is the measure perfect? No, it is not. Do we need to do more to fix housing in New Zealand? Yes, we do. Is the register going down? Yes, it is.
Supplementary.
No, you're all done. You got an extra one, actually.
Yeah, I did.
Question 12. Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for ACC. What recent announcements has he made regarding the Accident Compensation Corporation?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Scott Simpson.
Mr. Speaker, last week I announced that the Accident Compensation Corporation is delivering its strongest rehabilitation performance in more than a decade. Supporting injured New Zealanders to recover and return to work and independence is a core purpose of ACC, and for too long, too many New Zealanders have been left waiting for the support they needed to recover and get back to doing what they love. And, Mr Speaker, that is simply not acceptable. That's why, alongside the Minister of Finance, I directed ACC to lift its performance and put rehabilitation back at the centre of everything it does.
Supplementary. What does this mean for New Zealanders who need ACC support?
Well, Mr Speaker, by making rehabilitation the foremost priority, ACC will be better supporting people to get the right help at the right time. And it's not complicated, Mr Speaker. When the focus is on recovery, people get better outcomes, and we are already starting to see that flow through. And I want to be clear, there is a lot more yet to do, but after years of decline, it's encouraging to see some real progress being made.
Supplementary. What direction has he given ACC to enable these results?
Mr Speaker, my direction to ACC has been clear and very deliberate. In the recent letter of expectations sent to ACC, I set out 3 priorities. Number 1, putting clients first by providing care that supports lasting recovery. Secondly, helping New Zealanders return to work and independence, which is a fundamental purpose of the scheme. And thirdly, resetting ACC by getting the organisation back to basics with a clear focus on delivery and outcomes. And Mr Speaker, when ACC is aligned to those priorities, it delivers better results for all New Zealanders.
Supplementary. What recent trends has he seen in performance?
Well, Mr Speaker, the long-term claims pool represents around 25,000 New Zealanders who have been on ACC for more than 12 months. Since 2017, this pool has grown dramatically. In fact, it has doubled, with growth exceeding 14%. Now, that growth reflected a system that was failing far too many people. Under this government, that trend has been turned around, and as of this week, growth has been reduced to below 1%. And that's very significant. It's a significant shift, and it matters because behind every number is a real person. On this side of the House, Mr Speaker, we're focused on fixing the basics and building the future. Ensuring ACC does its job properly is a key part of that.
That concludes oral questions. Members, I've received a letter from Reuben Davidson seeking to debate Understanding Order 399, matters arising from a phone call received by the Minister for Media and Communications from the Chair of the Board of TVNZ and the Minister's subsequent actions. This is a particular case of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. The member speculates about several matters in his application that do not appear to be supported by authentication as provided, nor from questions and answers in the House today. The application is therefore declined. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill, first reading.
Mr Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Can I ask members to leave the House quietly? The Honourable Dr Shane Reti.
I move that the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 17 July 2026. Mr Speaker, the Government is progressing a substantial work programme to address an issue of increasing importance to the quality of public and private decision-making: how New Zealand gathers, produces and communicates its most fundamental population and dwelling data and statistics. The census is important to understanding who we are as a nation and supporting New Zealand's economic and social well-being. Government agencies, businesses and communities use census data to support important decision-making, planning and research across all sectors of society. But the census needs to evolve to better meet these needs. Over the last 2 censuses, there have been significant challenges with the traditional approach to census collection that relied heavily on all New Zealanders completing a census form. Declining response rates, coupled with rising costs and significant interruptions due to natural disasters, mean the traditional way of doing the census is simply no longer sustainable. Multiple governments have been advised accordingly and progressed along a pathway to a more modern census. There is an opportunity to do things better. More than a decade of research and consultation across several governments means we now know much more about how the data collected by government agencies can be used for official statistics. That is what the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill is about. It does three key things. First, the Census Bill enables the move to an annual census. In today's world, people need information that is more meaningful, relevant and timely. To that end, the Census Bill requires the government statistician to publish core census statistics about the previous financial year annually, beginning in 2030. This is a significant improvement. More up-to-date data means smarter decisions, helping build a stronger, more productive economy and more effective public services for all who need and use them. Stats New Zealand is ready to make the shift to a new census model. How we run the census is evolving. There is no longer a need to door-knock the whole country to carry out a census, but the census will continue. Second, the Census Bill clarifies when Stats New Zealand will need to consult the public and engage with Māori on census content and when census operations must be reviewed. As the new census approach means ongoing data collection and more frequent opportunities to update or change what information the census collects, the Census Bill will require the government statistician to consult regularly, at least once every 3 years. This is a practical way to ensure census decisions are informed by the needs of users and communities. Similarly, rather than reviewing census operations after each census, the Census Bill requires operations to be reviewed after the first modern census, 3 years after that, and then at least every 5th year after that. Third, the Census Bill makes technical changes to support the new census approach. The most noteworthy is that the Census Bill will ensure local electoral boundary reviews continue to work as they do now. This makes the Census Bill an omnibus bill, but these changes are necessary to ensure the law continues to operate pragmatically. Mr. Speaker, though it is short, the Census Bill has potential constitutional implications. Currently, the completion of a census triggers a national electoral boundary review. These boundary reviews can only happen after each census. An annual census requires an adjusted approach to electoral boundary reviews to avoid annual boundary reviews, which would be impractical and unworkable. That is why the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill will propose adjustments to the electoral boundary review process so that future boundary reviews take place during every second electoral cycle starting from 2030. As members will know, the overall aim of electoral boundary reviews is to ensure everyone is fairly and equally represented in Parliament. The Electoral Bill does not change the underlying process for boundary reviews, nor the principles that sit behind that process. The purpose of the Electoral Bill is to ensure that, in the future, the most recently available census continues to be the basis of boundary reviews, but no longer the trigger for them. Mr. Speaker, I'll briefly outline a few points. What it means to run a census using data already held by government, and what is happening to make the census approach work for all New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, the shift to an annual census is possible because the modernised census will be based on administrative data first, information already held by government agencies. Every time someone uses a public service, they provide information that can be used to produce census data and statistics. Stats New Zealand already uses data from other government agencies. What people pay tax, that provides information about their income, when people pay tax. When someone has a child, gets married or has a civil union, this provides information about the makeup of families. When people enrol with their doctor or school or update their details, this gives information about our population and where people live. Privacy and the protection of people's data is paramount, and there is no change to government's commitment to keep data safe and secure. The Data and Statistics Act will continue to protect the privacy, security and confidentiality of the data Stats New Zealand is entrusted with. Data collected for the census can never be used for regulatory or enforcement purposes. Admin data is the foundation of the new census model. In many cases, government data can provide better information than we could collect on census night. Where that is not the case, work is already well underway to improve the quality of admin data and ensure that Stats New Zealand can get the data it needs when it needs it. For most essential census population statistics, admin data can already provide high coverage, and we know there is a high level of consistency between census responses and the integrated admin data already available. We will still need to collect some data directly from New Zealanders. Admin data cannot give us everything we need. We will collect this additional data through a new annual census survey. This will run year-round and be completed by around 60,000 households per year. Stats New Zealand will also work closely with smaller or harder to reach population groups such as iwi Māori, Pacific, disabled, ethnic, rainbow and homeless and transient communities to ensure they have the data they need. Tailored solutions like targeted surveys, new data standards and community collections will also be developed to reflect the experience of these communities and to help meet their data needs and support better outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that some groups are concerned that the new census approach will not give them what they need. The government takes these concerns seriously, but they are not new and were not necessarily addressed by previous census, nor can they be addressed by avoiding much needed change. The census must work for all New Zealand. A range of partners and groups will contribute to the planning of the next census, for example, through the establishment of new community design groups. The initial focus will be on planning for the next census, but other key statistics programs will also benefit. Delivering the first modern census is a considerable undertaking. Stats New Zealand needs time to prepare and agencies need time to improve the quality of their data. To ensure the model is introduced as smoothly as possible, there will be a series of admin data releases over the next few years. This will demonstrate progress and will also help people become familiar with the changes and ensure they have the data they need between now and 2030. Transitional population data will actually become available annually from later this year. Transitional dwellings data will become available from late 2027, and from 2028 these data releases will become official statistics suitable for use in critical planning and decision making, although there will not be formal census releases. This will lead to the first modern census release being published in 2030. Mr. Speaker, a modern New Zealand needs a modern census. Multiple governments have progressed this pathway and now the baton is passed to us. The Census Bill enables the shift to a more flexible, efficient and resilient census that will deliver the more frequent, high-quality insights our country needs now and into the future. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Lemanga Lilia Soseni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a contribution and on this side of the House. Labor will be supporting this to the first reading, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, I do want to raise that we are concerned at a number of the features that have been proposed. Firstly, the reliability of the data. The Minister has outlined the overall progress of the bill through the House. We are concerned in terms specifically of a number of the features that have been outlined, and I do want to go through that in this omnibus bill. We have heard it brings 3 acts together. Mr. Speaker, the accuracy and the current way the census is done every 5 years is helpful for officials to go through different segments of the current census data. The Minister has outlined that there's going to be an annual census collection, and we would question the reliability of the data in terms of specifically talking to our vulnerable communities. Minister also outlined that the census will be modernised in the different methods that they are going to use and provide a number of opportunities in what the data presents. Mr. Speaker, we want to see, Labor would like to see that through the methodology that it is scrutinised, hence our support to the Select Committee process. In the RIS statement, it outlined on page 3 the scale and pace of change. There are questions around the scale and pace of change. Will New Zealanders understand the purpose of the changes? How will communities such as iwi Māori, Pasifika, rural communities, our communities that need physical help in terms of impairments or vision, those types of features in terms of the technicalities and financial ability of what the data has to be collected, and how crucial will that be in terms of that methodology. So that's what we question, but especially also, Mr. Speaker, the data quality. It is important that when the Department of Statistics, under this new bill into an act, collects the methodology, how will they manoeuvre their collection methods into responding to those communities. And the reason why I asked, Mr. Speaker, there is a strong assumption that everyone understands English. And so when you are doing, if you are moving to a new system, has that been understood by New Zealanders? And so if you're not going to collect the important data on a specific night, the new tools, will they be amended to the needs of our communities? Mr. Speaker, in the short term, what are the potential impacts of that policy, and how crucial is the reliability again of that data? So those are the things that we want to ask through the process at Select Committee. Will the public be able to provide submissions that go through the features of the new bill? Our reservations continue in terms of the modernisation of this omnibus bill, that when surveys are being designed, is it going to receive the proper information that requires the accuracy to inform departments of the coming trends of policies that are going to be discussed by different agencies? Mr. Speaker, the timing of the next census is going to miss 2028 and going to be introduced in 2030. Will it be designed effectively? And so it does have constitutional changes in the next bill. The Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill will also be covered in terms of what is being introduced. Mr. Speaker, it's important when you talk, and I continue to raise this through the House because I come from a community who wants to understand the different laws and why things move so fast. So it is important that when the data is being collected from communities up and down Aotearoa, has our public from different vulnerable and minority communities, do they understand the change? What is the purpose, and why is it happening so fast? So, Mr. Speaker, whilst Labor supports it to the first reading, we are going to continue to ask questions to the government. Thank you.
Celia Brown.
Tēnā koe te mangai o te whare. I rise to speak on this first reading, and the Greens do acknowledge there's a big challenge about long-term decline in census response rates, make it increasingly difficult to gather information. I'd like to congratulate the staff who once found me at the Totara campsite and got me to fill in the form in situ. That was excellent. The ones that failed to find where we lived in the Wairarapa because we didn't have a bridge at the time, less successful, but we got the forms and filled them in anyway. So, we're not opposed to the concept of an admin-first census approach in principle, and we do think there are some opportunities for statistical improvement and the yearly census attribute surveys. I mean, we do need real evidence, whether it's for looking at health outcomes and health planning, not only the infrastructure of hospitals, but actual primary health care as well. We do need the data. In particular, the Greens support resourcing the collection of insightful, high-quality information about our population and, of course, the environment, though that's not the census's role. And the dwelling data is of vital importance to the Green Party. So the government and Statistics New Zealand, not wrong when you say that the country is less willing to participate. There's been increased spending, but responses from Māori and Pacifica didn't increase markedly in the last census. However, there are some limitations in the current form of the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill. So we won't support it, but that doesn't mean we won't be constructive at Select Committee. I mean, it's almost a line call. Do you support it and try and improve it at Select Committee, or do you oppose it? And we have got enough reasons to oppose it at this first reading. In particular, we want to see the following points addressed. improved coverage of harder to reach communities, some kind of minimum coverage of those harder to reach populations, specifically iwi Māori, Pacific, disabled, ethnic, rainbow, transient and homeless people. And of course it's somewhat ironic that those are just the people that the Electoral Amendment Act somewhat disenfranchised, and here we are hoping that we're going to get more information but not seeing the funding. I mean, it could be because you're not reporting back until July from the Justice Select Committee, it could be we're pleasantly surprised by some budget allocations in May that will adequately fund agencies to collect the data that we need. Instead of expecting more and more in existing baselines when inflation is eroding those numbers. The other area that we have considerable concerns with is Māori data sovereignty. Te Kāhui Rāronga, an independent body established in 2019, has concerns about the government's approach. They agree that Māori have worked with Stats New Zealand to improve the national census, which has lifted the quality of iwi affiliation information from very poor in 2018 to moderate in 2023. Will we see any continuing improvement in the admin first census approach? The Māori descent population is a key input into the setting of electoral boundaries, and it's interesting to see that this bill is now somewhat separate, although temporarily followed by the Electoral Boundaries Bill. So we do have those concerns. We look forward to a robust Select Committee process through the Justice Committee, and we want to see some safeguards against the misuse of admin first data. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 millennia ago, a young family had to travel across the desert to complete a census. That was a burden on a family that day. Many years later, we have continued to modernise the census, and this minister is carrying on that proud tradition, and I support this bill.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First as the spokesperson for Data and Statistics and this Census Amendment Bill. We live in a digital age, Mr. Speaker. Accumulation of significantly easier to do than in the days of yore when statisticians had images of the man with a quill in the room right at the top next to his candle making all the calculations. I think we've moved on a little bit from there, and as the Minister has said, the census needs to evolve. We need tailored solutions to meet, for example, the needs of Māori and harder to reach communities. That is why it's important that we modernise the practice regarding the collection of census data, as at the moment it takes far too long and we need more important and evolved data collection. The data collection through an admin data first system will save us more time and money in the long term while still providing us with the relevant data we need to make decisions around important things like infrastructure and resource allocation. The bill will make the government more efficient, leaner and smarter in the statistics area that we gather. We look forward to strengthened data collection and statistical analysis as we take advantage of new technologies, Minister. Mr. Speaker, we commend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Hana Rafiti mai pi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te piko tira, tēnā rā tātai te whare, e tuana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mo te Pāti Māori i te rangi nei, e whakahe ana ki tēnei o ngā pire mo ngā tatauranga me te kohikohia i ngā tatauranga ki te census. E whakahe ana mātou te Pāti Māori i tēnei pire, nā runga anō i te mea kare anō kua kohia, kua haere ki te rapu, te kimi, i ngā tatauranga e pehi nei I ngā hapori Māori I roto I ngā rohe Māori. So Te Pāti Māori opposes this bill. Some of the bill, this bill amends the Data and Statistics Act 2022, which some of the points require the publication of census data and statistics each year and move to the next census from 2028 to 2030. And clarify the census obligations of the government statistics under a modern administrative data first, admin data first census approach. Some of the points, any changes to data collection and the reasonings why we oppose this bill is any changes to data collection and representation will intersect with Te Tiriti or Waitangi, and Te Pāti Māori urges that all proposed changes must be developed in partnership with tangata whenua. Data sovereignty must be upheld. And iwi, hapu and Māori organisations must be included and properly resourced to contribute to any new arrangements. Although Māori organisations such as Te Kahuira Raunga have been consulted with, this does not amount to true partnership. It is well established fact that administrative data has and will continue to undercount Māori and many of our people don't engage with the systems and government that collects this data, to the lack of trust within these institutions. Another reason why there's major concerns around moving the data census to 2030 is because this will have huge impact on the electoral law boundaries with the seats and representations that we'll have in Parliament, and we want to make sure that doesn't affect Māori representation within the Māori seats and the electorate seats that Māori have. So not just on a census and statistics view, but also in view of democracy and making sure that Māori have voice. Some of the kōrero o ngā kōrero kiri kōwhai me te ohu o te Kahuira Raunga, I roto I ngāna kōrero, Te Kahuira Raunga and Data Iwi Leaders Group lead a technician, Kiri Kōwhai Mikaere says her organisation was involved in some of the consultation behind the changes, but she still has many concerns about how it will go ahead. I quote, administrative data we know doesn't necessarily have the robust coverage for some key variables for iwi Māori, in particular for iwi affiliations, variable, the Māori descent variable and te reo Māori. Another kaupapa kōrero is one of the concerns of moving to a system that relies on the combination of administrative data and smaller annual surveys is that it might roll back to the progress we've made and negatively impact the quality of Māori data. And I just want to acknowledge the many mahi that Kiri Kōwhai and Te Kahuira Raunga have done within collecting Māori data. So these are some of our major concerns that we have as Te Pāti Māori, and making sure that there's true partnership in the decision making within this bill and within collecting data and within collecting statistics. But most of all, and another huge important point is that it reflects here in our democracy that we have in representation of Māori voices in Parliament. Tēnā rā tātou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've shared previously in this House, I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and so this idea is an interesting one for me. But when you look at the facts, Mr. Speaker, the 2018 census, a budget of around $126 million. The 2023 census, budget of $230 million. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Speaker, it cost $324 million under that government. It's time to review the way we collect this data and bring it into the modern age, and therefore I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important matter, and I mean, I think many people have focused on the historical importance of the census and their contributions today, and I do think that it is important to consider how long we have been collecting data in the census for and how significant that has been. Many in this House may have looked back at census past in order to ascertain a small amount of information about their ancestors in this country and also other countries. I recall in a previous census there was an option that you could, or that your data would be released to at a certain point in the future, or you could tick a box to allow that. And I imagined my descendants having nothing else better to do but to go and look up my census data and, you know, look at the life I was leading in the early noughties. I perhaps early 2000s. I mean, perhaps that was slightly naive, Mr. Speaker, but I do think it points to a slight sadness that is probably reflected around the House and probably on the government benches too, that we are looking at something which will make a significant change to the way that we collect historical data. It is something that the Labour Party has committed to supporting to Select Committee. I think that there will be important questions at Select Committee for the officials, and I think we will be very interested to hear submissions from members of the public who may agree or may not agree with this move. It is clear that there have been some issues with the census in terms of moving from a paper-based model into one that's online and more attuned with the times, and there's been a few issues with that. And yes, it is expensive, but it is, I'm not a statistician, but I do see this as the move to administrative data is a little bit like moving to polling as opposed to having a general election. Sometimes it might be right, sometimes it might be wrong. Do we really know for sure? And so that is the concern, I suppose, with this, is what are we missing by just looking at administrative data? We did have the Minister of Statistics in front of the Governance and Administration Committee, and we did talk about these issues around the census, and and officials as well, and there are concerns around especially data surrounding homelessness, and also vulnerable communities, but also I have to say there are a number of people who you wouldn't put into that category who may not be connected with other government collection of data statistics. So people who may not be going to MSD, who may not be going to the doctor. How are we going to ensure that our full population is recognised through administrative data? These are genuine questions, and I don't think this is generally something that is overly politicised, and I'm sure the government would like to have a consensus within political parties around this collection of data, because as we know, so many decisions of the government just depend on where we see the statistics and what information we collect about our population. So this does have a huge amount of impact. So I am concerned that there might be people who are now recorded in the existing census model who may not be recorded in this new model. Would really appreciate the Select Committee process to hopefully allay some of those concerns, although I am a little bit surprised to see the Justice Committee is dealing with this bill. I'm sure members of the Governance and Administration Committee will be slightly disappointed not to be able to delve into this issue when we're involved in so much of the that may be the case, but when we're involved in so much scrutiny on the issue. But no doubt the Minister will be able to update us on what's been happening with this bill at annual review and after estimates as well. So we will support this bill, but there is, with some probably sadness and trepidation, and also wanting some assurances that the statistical data in New Zealand will not be left in a worse place, and we won't be turning our back on something that we've all participated in, that many of our ancestors who have been in New Zealand and around the world have participated in, and that has provided, until now, the best way that we can see the needs and see what our entire population looks at, and get really important information from that.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really excited about the future ahead with the changes that we're going to be making under this bill, the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill. I thank Minister Dr. Shane Reti for driving this forward. When quality data is collected more regularly, essentially what it means is that we can provide better outcomes with more knowledge. So looking forward to discussing this on the Justice Select Committee, and I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the Minister for his engagement on this bill and the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill. And I do think that we'll get a much better bill and ultimately legislation out of that. So thank you, Dr. Reti, for your engagement on this. We're not going to agree on everything all the time, but I do think on something as important as the statistics and how we approach the census question, I do think that it's really good that we try and get as much agreement as we can. And also, I think we have a framework where we can robustly challenge what's going on. And I do think this select committee process will be really, really important, particularly the advice we get. And data, statistics and census might seem very dry indeed, but I hope that there'll be a number of people who are expert in this area out there who will give their advice to us, because there's always a danger when we get into a niche area that a department kind of takes an approach, and once it arrives on a particular approach, it doesn't kind of test it objectively enough. And that's what the Select Committee process is for. And it has been identified that we are concerned that there's two things I would say are main concerns. One is, will this new method capture everyone? Because there is always, any data collection method has natural bias. And obviously, a admin data first approach has a bias towards people who are administered. That is to say, if you have a connection with the health system, the Inland Revenue, MSD, or any other government agency, you're going to be touching the system and you'll be recorded. Whereas there is a cohort of people, and the Minister in his first reading speech identified it, who aren't touched by the state in the same way. They live on the edge, and they might not have much to do with the state at all. And whilst there will be some work, and it has been undertaken already, to try and capture, the homeless or rural communities or Māori communities that might live and not see state agencies a great deal at all. We've got to make sure that really, really works. The other concern, one of the things is that the next counting day, or whatever we want to call it, a reference date, will actually be in 2030 or later. And that's a long time. So we're pushing out us, the nation, being in possession of reliable information about who we are to beyond 7 years past the last census date. And that's a long time to be, and every year that passes, data becomes less reliable. And so when we come to say, where should we build a school or a hospital, or where do we think we need to have a new piece of infrastructure or transport infrastructure going, we're going to be grasping in the dark more and more. And so that is actually a concern. And once this is in place, there's the aim is to have this rolling data so that we don't have this huge accuracy, hope for accuracy once every 5 years, but we have a high degree of accuracy every year, in June every year. This lag is actually a matter of considerable concern. And there is the wider concern that's been expressed amongst some communities, particularly smaller communities, who there is a risk that even in a large survey, the 60,000 people survey that's contemplated, won't be accurately captured. So there is the Rotterdam language, for example, as a first language. It's a few hundreds of people in New Zealand. Will that be captured in the census as an important Pacifica language? Because it's conceivable that 60,000 people, you won't find one of them. And so it's not a language that exists in New Zealand on that census when we know that it is. So there are those kinds of questions that come up. But as our spokesperson has said, we want to take this to Select Committee, have a good examination of it, and the Justice Committee is excited by the concept of data and statistics.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
Excellent. It's with great pleasure I stand to rise in support of the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill. Of course, census and kind of collecting data on the population level is very, very, very important. Of course, it dictates where a lot of the government puts their resources, whether that be transport, whether that be health, whether that be education. We use our census data. We need to know where people are. We need to know what we have. So this is a very, very important bill. Now, of course, we have relied on the traditional method of census, a traditional paper-based method. And so it's great that we're going to be moving to this new method because despite kind of escalating costs, we are getting census data which is getting poorer and poorer. And I once had a scientific colleague that had the saying, "We don't waste pure thoughts on impure data." Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Mario Menu Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed to.
Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
I move that the Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 17 July 2026.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill, first reading.
Mr. Speaker. Honourable James Maker.
Mr. Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Speaker, I move that the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 6 July 2026. Mr. Speaker, the Government is progressing a substantial work program to modernise the census, as we have just heard. This includes shifting towards annual publication of census statistics rather than every 5 years, and making greater use of administrative data when producing the census. As part of this, the next census will be moved from 2028 until 2030. This shift is about making sure people get the information they need to make more timely and more informed decisions. These changes are being progressed as part of a separate Data and Statistics Census Amendment Bill that members may well be very familiar with. The census provides essential information to government agencies, businesses and communities about who we are, and it is central to planning, decision-making and developing insights about New Zealanders' economic and social wellbeing.
It also plays a part in the core democratic process of setting the country's electoral boundaries. As members will know, each 5-yearly census automatically triggers a boundary review where the Independent Representation Commission draws up electoral boundaries. The overall aim of this process is to ensure everyone is fairly and equally represented. This is arguably an understated but very significant feature of New Zealand's democratic system. Mr. Speaker, the shift towards annual publication of census data means that it is necessary to amend the Electoral Act 1993. If the Act is not changed, boundary reviews will be legally triggered on an annual basis, resulting in an impractical and unworkable boundary review system, not to mention quite a lot of consternation for members in the House. Mr. Speaker, although many features of the boundary review system are highly technical, the policy behind the bill is relatively straightforward. It provides that the Representation Commission must complete a boundary review during every second electoral cycle, starting from 2030. This change will ensure that New Zealand's electoral boundaries continue to be adjusted regularly and in a manner logically connected to New Zealand's electoral cycle. To ensure that this process runs smoothly, the bill will do 3 things. It requires the Representation Commission to finalise boundary reviews 12 months before Parliament's expiry. It requires the Commission to appoint a chairperson 2 years before Parliament's expiry, and it requires that electoral boundaries must be based on the most recently available census results. Mr. Speaker, the bill does not make changes to that underlying process for boundary reviews or the principles that sit behind that process. For example, the Commission will still be required to follow the same statutory formula for calculating the electoral populations, and there will still be strict rules about how many people can be in each electoral district. These are important policy settings that ensure our electoral boundaries are representative, routinely adjusted, and, most importantly of all, fair. Mr. Speaker, the bill would amend provisions in the Electoral Act that are reserved or entrenched. This means that some provisions in this bill can only be passed if they receive a 75% majority at committee of the whole House. The Minister of Statistics and I, on behalf of the Minister of Justice, have consulted with the political party leaders of all parties represented in this House, seeking cross-party support on these proposals. And I want to thank all of those party leaders and their representatives for their constructive engagement on this bill to date. Well done. I look forward to hearing what members of the public, stakeholders and the Select Committee have to say as the bill progresses through the House. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the boundary review process is central to the operation of New Zealand's democracy. The changes to the census require sensible, targeted changes to ensure New Zealanders continue to be equally represented and can trust that matters related to their representation in this House are routinely calculated. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to note that these 2 bills, which are related, although not strictly associated at the present time, are both very important bills. And there's a danger that we look at them as if they're administrative. And in one sense they are, and this Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill in particular looks administrative, but as the Minister has just pointed out, it's actually touching on a constitutional foundation stone that is so important that it's one of the reserved provisions, or to use slightly looser language, one of the entrenched provisions in our Electoral Act. And so that requires to proceed through all stages of this House to get 75% support. And obviously something like this, we're not going to be playing politics around it, and if it's the right thing to do, we'll absolutely be doing it. I mean, it is in some ways a strange thing that we have elections on a 3-yearly cycle and representation reviews on a 5-yearly cycle, and it can lead to some kind of strange circumstances where on one part of when the two cycles are running together, On one part, you can have a long lead-in time for boundary changes, and on another one, you can have a very short lead-in time for boundary changes, which are equally as important on both occasions. So that to us does seem a sensible reason to do it. Having said that, we want to also have a good look at the provisions dealing with the Representation Commission. We want to make sure that the timelines imposed by this legislation, essentially proposing that the Representation Commission call its first meeting 2 years out and then resolves within 12 months, that they are an appropriate length of time. We also want to make sure that all of those other provisions around representation are properly reflected. In terms of the process itself, that is pretty well established by now. There are some tweaks around the membership of the Representation Commission, and I think it's important that we have a good look at that. The other thing is, of course, how it impacts on Māori electorates and the Māori role, and that's something, again, which deserves very close examination. So I'm sure, again, and I would implore members of the public, both those who have knowledge in the specialist knowledge in this area and others who are, have a more general view of what's going on, that they do submit on this bill, because it's an important part of our constitutional infrastructure. As has been noted, it's tied with the census legislation, and whilst members of the Governance and Administration Committee may think that we're an expansionist committee in the Justice Committee, I think it is appropriate that they be heard together, because that's the other thing to note, that in terms of the electoral boundary reviews, we need a high degree of confidence that the information we're getting from Data and Statistics NZ is accurate. And that's why these two bills are aligned together. But at the same time, we need to hear from statisticians and people who are experts in the area of data research that's an effective way to go about it. So, in short, we're happy to see this go to select committee, make sure that it's actually going to work, and essentially make sure that what we do see coming out of the representation process are electorates which properly reflect their populations, with a process which is fair to all parties, and with essentially done in a way which is both timely and effective. That's the job that the Justice Committee has before it, and I look forward to embarking upon that journey together.
Tēnā koe. I rise to speak to this first reading of the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill, and I rise with a number of concerns, some of which have been expressed. Thank you for engaging first with the leaders and then with our spokesperson regarding the statistics, Mr. Hernandez, and I want to raise some of the issues. Now, if we're going to have an administrative census rather than the 5-yearly one, then obviously we do have to decouple the boundary reviews from that process. We are not convinced that there are good reasons to have chosen every second election rather than a couple of other possibilities. One is every election. You tie in so people's expectations are, as well as checking their enrolment details, they know that there's going to be an opportunity to look at the boundaries. The counter to that is, of course, there are some communities that are popping in and out of electorates. And for example, the Ashurst community that may look to Palmerston in many ways, but is actually currently in the Rangitiki and will become part of the glorious Wairarapa electorate, to where they are very welcome. But we do need to make sure, above all, that our electorates have similar weights. And I am concerned that over what would be basically a 6-yearly adjustment, places like Tauranga, Hamilton, are growing really, really fast. And so are the changes in the number of people living in the Māori electorates. So I am concerned. I think it's also interesting to reflect on what is casually called the entrenchment provision, where to get these bills through, there has to be 75% agreement. The Māori seats that were first created in the 1860s are not in, their existence is not entrenched at this level. That's the sort of reason that my colleague Hurhana Linden is introducing a bill to say, look, that is part of how this country runs. It should not be tampered with unless you've got a 75% majority. The other issue that has potentially really made a big difference to the coming election is the changes to electoral enrolment, and the fact that that now has to be done 13 days earlier. That is a really big change, but that didn't need 75% majority, and my view, it should have done. So the Electoral Review Panel, I'm not quite sure I agree with them, but it was the other option. Instead of doing it 3-yearly with every election, they recommended sticking to the 5-yearly frequency, although I have to say aligning it with the electoral cycle does make more sense, just not skipping it out. We also have considerable concerns about the not being able to have updates before the 2029 election. We think it's surprising that the statistics were not able to be gathered in time for that. I would also like to quote from the previous, a very interesting article and comment in Newsroom, where Len Cook, the previous government statistician, first of all, he does somewhat rail against ditching the regular censuses, but also he talks about how changing statistical mesh blocks will now be a much bigger statistical area, and he goes into things that are beyond my mathematical knowledge, like multi-dimensional cross-tabulations of people, which sounds a way of actually getting data that will be a good basis for decisions. I think it would be well worth the Justice Select Committee actually asking the previous statistician to come in and speak to the committee. Hopefully he will anyway. Thank you. My time has expired.
Cameron Luxon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's good to be standing and giving another contribution on behalf of this side of the House and the ACT Party on reforms and improvements being made to our census and electoral system. You know, these boundary reviews should be lining up with a parliamentary term. It makes complete sense. When we're doing a census, you know, unlike that family that I spoke about earlier in this contribution who travelled across Judea to get to Bethlehem to be counted in the census, Tauranga and Mount Maunganui are having a boundary change, and I can inform the good people of Judea in Tauranga and Bethlehem in Tauranga that their boundaries are not changing. So thank you very much.
Madam Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of what is a common sense bill. It's a common sense bill because of the bill that we've been considering just before this, the one which is going to change the way in which we collect our census. Currently, of course, the representation, the boundary reviews are very much tied to the census, which happens every 5 years, which of course doesn't necessarily align with the time frame, or doesn't align with the time frame that we have for a 3-year electoral cycle. That might become 4 years, but it still doesn't align with that. And so that means what we have now is a census which will be collected in a different way. That census will be able to be collected every year, and so it makes it possible, much more possible, but does make it possible, to be able to align the new electoral boundaries with census data, because that census data will be collected annually rather than every 5 years. So to me, that makes that is just a common sense approach. But I just wanted to reflect just very, very quickly on why we've got ourselves in this situation, because there've been a number of people, and I've got a history background in terms of my degree, or one of my degrees, and the census is an important piece of historical data. Yes, it is. It's something which we collected for a very, very long period of time. But it's become more and more expensive and more difficult to collect because people are less inclined, or more and more people are less inclined to cooperate, which means that the quality of the data then becomes poorer. And I just wanted to alert you to, as part of the Governance Administration Committee, which is obviously going to be slightly sidestepped with this piece of legislation, we did have a really good discussion yesterday as part of the long-term insights briefing from the Parliamentary Services Commission, and that was all about integrity. All about integrity of the public service and the level of trust in the public sector. And I think that is one of the reasons that's been put down when we've also had the Department of Statistics in front of us. They put that down, a lowering level of trust, and this is across the Western world, a lowering level of trust in governments is one of the reasons that less people participate in the census, and it becomes harder to get that census data and becomes more expensive to get that census data. So integrity, censuses and elections in this case all go together. Madam Speaker, I think that this is a common sense approach, and I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Rewatch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take a call on this particular bill and can absolutely categorically say that the Party Māori do not support this bill. It is another form of voter suppression in terms of Māori representation in this House. It doesn't allow for the boundary changes in the Māori seats. What it does is it restricts the ability to have our Māori seats counted. Now let me just paint a picture for you. The Māori electorates are the biggest electorates in the country. They usually have between 5 and 10 general electorates inside of them. The Taitonga one is it's probably as we know, is the biggest electorate in the Southern Hemisphere. And so what you've got is that in order to make up general electorates, you need 69,000 people. You need 69,000 people. In order to make up the Māori electorate, you need 75,000 people, right? You need 75,000 people, absolutely. Well, there are general electorates here that are made up of 69,000 people, but Māori are expected to have 75,000, right? And across 7 seats, that's another 35,000 people we have to find in order to participate, right? Since 2023, there's been 14,000 more Māori enrolled on the Māori roll. That's 303,000 Māori on the Māori roll. Māori on the Māori roll now outpopulate Māori on the general roll. There is an 8th seat waiting there right now. And if this House had adopted my member's bill in the first term, we wouldn't have this problem. Because of my member's bill, it said that those boundaries should be changed every election. Now, there's a judicial process at the moment in regards to that particular decision, because they took that decision based on 2024 data. After the hikoi, absolutely, there is a huge influx of Māori on the Māori roll. And there is an 8th seat right there on current trajectory. By 2029, Māori will have 9 to 10 seats. If we take the trajectory of the increased membership on the Māori roll. And I just have to look at 70% of Te iwi Māori are 40 years and younger. 25% of those, 50% of that number, are 25 years and younger. You'll have 38,000 rangatahi enrolling onto the Māori roll come this next election. And so these are some of the numbers that are not considered in this particular bill. We absolutely categorically can hand on heart say we do not support this bill. Why? Because of voter suppression for Māori. It did the same in the Electoral Amendment Act that you moved. 75% of this House have to agree to this. Now I turn to these other parties, to the other parties here in this House, and the Māori Māori MPs in those parties who, in this House, and the parties would support this to ensure that the 75% threshold is met. And if you support this bill that suppresses Māori vote, and I'm talking to every party in this House, then you have a cheek to stand in the Māori seats. The absolute cheek. You have an absolute cheek to stand in the Māori seats if you support this bill, because this bill continues to suppress Māori voters. We are the fastest growing, maturing voter in this country's democracy. In this country's democracy. And what will happen here is, this is the biggest threat to those backbenchers in National, who will see this as their last term in government, because Māori will be deciding who the next Prime Minister is. Māori will be deciding who the next Prime Minister is. It will be the Māori electorates. All the numbers are telling you this.
Can the member come back to this bill?
It is absolutely to do with this particular issue, Madam Speaker, is that these boundary changes do affect the numbers. Get a hearing aid. And so this is the position of Te Pāti Māori. This is the position of Te Pāti Māori. And you've got to take all the numbers in order to participate in this conversation. You cannot just take it from this. It's tied to the statistics stuff and the data stuff that you just talked about in the last bill. It's tied to this one. It's all part of the same agenda. And that is to make sure you suppress Māori voters. That is to make sure that Māori are not deciding who the next Prime Minister is come November the 7th. But I can assure you, all Māori will start to migrate onto that Māori role, and they will be making the decisions come November 7th. Kia ora tātou.
Carl Bates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a lighter note, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome the 5,200 odd voters that will be joining the wonderful Whanganui electorate at this year's election. And I think when we think about new people moving boundaries, moving electorates, needing to understand what electorate they are part of and connect with it, having a twice turn, so 2 terms in an electorate before there's another boundary change and anything there happens makes sense, Madam Speaker, and I think, therefore, I commend this to the House.
Oh, very good.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
Ginny Anderson.
I call the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on this bill. This bill is important, as we've mentioned, and it is a good change to make sure there's an alignment from the 5-yearly review that previously existed and tied to the census date. The main reason why this is a good idea is it means that representation reviews, when they occur, and the various dates associated with them, will be set at regular and predictable interval periods, and that's really important, rather than depending on where a 5-year census is and where the 3-year electoral cycle is. So aligning those 2 different cycles is a good move. We have had an element of caution in looking at this bill. The new proposed approach to the census as a concept of a reference date rather than a census day, as this will be used as part of the electoral approach. But those 2 bills are quite different and distinct, and it's important to note that we do have some concerns in the change of the way that census will be changed. The efficacy of the new census approach and its ability to capture all New Zealanders. We know that this is especially the case for some of those hard-to-reach populations, and the fact that sometimes it's difficult to capture that data. And for a small country like New Zealand, it's really important that we do have accurate data in order to have the most inclusive democracy we possibly can. And it's also important to have that detailed information, because that is the one source where we get information such as homelessness. And when we're having ongoing debates about that issue, it is actually the source from the census that enables us to have very accurate information. So we're quite reluctant to not fully fund the census and not have it operating in a way where we get good quality data about what is actually going on in New Zealand. As has already been mentioned, Madam Speaker, this bill changes entrenched provisions in the Electoral Act, and that is the reason why we need a more than half the House to be supporting it. Those specific changes include amending the definition of general election population and Section 35. Both of those are reserved for provisions which require a 75% majority of all members in this House to pass. Madam Speaker, we heard from the previous speaker that there's some boundary changes happening this election, and we know it's really important that New Zealanders are clear about what's happening there. In my own area, we have a large part of Newlands coming into the Hutt South area, and I know that there are a number of public servants who have lost their jobs over the previous years. So we'll be connecting with those people and talking to them about the kind of future they could see under a Labor government. This bill also makes two-term reviews work, and there are a number of other provisions. The Representation Commission is required to complete each review no later, I think, in fact, of 12 months before the expiry of a parliamentary term, which a review is due. This bill also replaces the definition of counting day with reference date, which defaults to 30 June of each year. And it also, Madam Speaker, extends the deadline for the Commission to report and publish the names and boundaries of electoral districts by 4 months for the first periodic division after commencement, from the 12 months to 8 months before the parliamentary term expires. We think this is a good practical change, and it's important that there is alignment instead of having two different cycles, and that is the key reason why we support this bill, and I commend it to the House.
Hamish Campbell.
It's a great pleasure to rise on the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill in this first reading. This bill is... The purpose of this bill is to align the policy setting in the Electoral Act with the government's work to modernise the census. Census has been every 5 years. We're changing that to every year. The electoral boundary changes are tied to the census. We don't want to end up doing it every year, so this ties up that part. It makes a logical link between the boundary reviews and the electoral cycle. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like colleagues on this side of the House, some of this part of the side of the House, I rise to commend this bill through to its next stage. A number of people have referenced the connection between the two bills, and I do think that's an important thing to speak to. But I just did want to start by reflecting on where I live. So I'm one of the West Auckland-based MPs, and there's been significant change in terms of boundaries for that side of Auckland as we head towards the election. And I think what was interesting for me as I've been engaging with parts of the community in Waitakere is just how long it takes for a community to understand that the boundaries have changed. And there certainly isn't at all really a sense of the significance of that for part of the electorate. And so I think having more of a methodology to when this happens, letting it embed, makes a lot of sense. I do think we just need to be cautious of the fact that should we ever move to a 4-year term, we may want to revisit whether the 2-term cycle is the best way for us to invoke boundary changes. So just commenting on the sister bill as well, because in my view, I agree with the Honourable Dr Duncan Webb that it makes sense for both bills to come to the Justice Select Committee, because it's really through the resolution of the issues with the first bill that will open the door for this one being able to pass. In October 2025, there was a paper produced that essentially looked at how well the administrative data does against the census data, so it was a bit of an experimental test to see how well it compares, and the results were not too bad. However, they did point to second layer data as being a potential issue. So when people respond to the higher level categories, that was fairly accurate, but those second level categories are quite difficult to get right. Madam Speaker, I have the privilege of being the patron to deafblind Aotearoa, and one of the things they commented on frequently frequently at their meetings is how difficult it is to source data on the issues of the deaf-blind community, because often it isn't even collected well in the census as it is. So the move from some parts of our community are to go more granular, and I do think that this may cause concern for some of them. Another personal reflection for me in terms of self-identification versus administrative identification, I recall registering my children at the local GP and writing down both New Zealand European and actually other Asian, which for those who tick that category frequently will know what I mean. And the very helpful administrative assistant there said to me, no, you need to choose one and you need to choose what your children look like. And so I think we do need to acknowledge that there are layers within administration that can filter how data plays out and how we see it as well. And so I hope we do view this in some ways as an experiment, because of course it is important that we get our data right. This is, as the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb has said, these are bills of real constitutional significance, and of course one of our reserved provisions. And I did just want to note to government members that we are absolutely going into this examining the questions, being open to supporting the bill, and would gently encourage government members to be open to, at some stage, exploring other reserved provisions, including the vote of aging, the voting age, the vote of aging, the age for voting. There we go, we got there. The age for voting, which is another one of the few restricted provisions. And I think sometimes having the entrenched provisions there mean that we can disregard those questions. So please do, at some stage, turn your minds there. It's also constitutionally significant because while local boundaries are important to local identity and choosing your MP, they're also important to macro democracy. As we've seen in several parliaments, depending on who wins those electoral seats, it can result in an overhung parliament, as it did in 2005, 2008, 2011, 2014, and of course this one as well. So huge constitutional significance, and I look forward to robust discussions as we invite the views of submitters to the wonderful and diligent Justice Select Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dan Bidwell.
It's a pleasure to support this bill and to take the opportunity, as my colleague Carl Bates did, to welcome the 4,100 voters that are moving from, or constituents I should say, that are moving from the Upper Harbour electorate to the great electorate of Northcote. Welcome. And I have door-knocked every street in that new part, and I can confirm it's very diverse and very supportive of the current coalition government. So thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill provides practical, sensible and well-needed and timely changes to the Electoral Amendment Act. I support this bill in the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr. Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
Votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Takuta Ferris. Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Sorry, I think we've got the votes for those, and there are 4 opposed for Te Pāti Māori. Sometimes you don't know if you can cast the votes or not, because you don't know if they leave or not.
It's okay.
I just don't know because they were in the house and then they left, and I just wasn't sure if we were meant to cast them. Yes, we do have a motion to vote against.
Mr Clerk, can you please confirm the votes for Te Pāti Māori and the Taku Te Wheres in Maremino Kapakingi?
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Maremino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed to.
Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable James Meagher.
Now I move that the Electoral District Boundaries Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 6 July 2026.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Ayes have it.
The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Maremino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 53. The question is agreed to. Members, I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Social Security, Accident Compensation and Calculation of Weekly Income Amendment Bill, third reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Social Security Accident Compensation and Calculation of Weekly Income Amendment Bill be read a third time. Madam Speaker, as mentioned previously in these debates, in October 2025, the High Court found that the Ministry for Social Development was operating outside of existing legislative authority when reassessing a person's entitlement to supplementary assistance after they receive a backdated ACC payment for a past period. This decision would have meant that individuals who received backdated ACC payments were better off than those who were receiving those same payments at the time their entitlement for assistance from MSD was being assessed. These decisions highlight inconsistencies between legislation and long-standing policy, but they do not reflect the principles of a targeted welfare system that provides assistance based on need. They also create inequities across ACC recipients in the welfare system. So, Madam Speaker, this bill responds to these decisions by enacting several key changes to charge income against the period it best represents and to treat people as non-beneficiary when their backdated ACC payment reduces their benefit entitlement to zero. These changes align legislation with long-standing policy intent, removing the potential for interpretations of the law that go further than that policy intent and create inequities. They will ensure that income continues to be charged accurately against a person's entitlement and that ACC recipients continue to receive targeted and equitable support. I would like to acknowledge everyone who took the time to submit on this bill and for the Social Services and Community Select Committee's membership who reported back on what they heard. I'm pleased to advise that as a result of this consultation, the House has agreed to make some changes to the bill. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the House that this bill confers no new impact on clients or on MSD's practice. What it does is it clarifies the long-standing policy practice of MSD, both its intent and practice. Madam Speaker, it has always been the welfare system's long-standing principle that welfare support is targeted to those who need, where those needs have not been met by other sources, such as ACC compensation. And MSD does this currently when a person's income reduces their main benefit to zero by considering the person a non-beneficiary, removing or reducing their eligibility for some supplementary assistance. If this happens for a past period, MSD may determine an overpayment has occurred and that a debt should be established. For a person who is in this scenario due to a backdated ACC payment, MSD may, with that person's agreement, seek a refund from ACC for any financial assistance that was overpaid for the past period that their ACC payment relates to. As mentioned last year, the High Court found that MSD is operating outside of its at the time existing legislative authority when reassessing a person's entitlement to supplementary assistance after they receive a backdated ACC payment for a past period. That decision creates inequities between ACC recipients based on when they received their ACC payment relative to their assessment for welfare support. So this bill addresses that High Court decision by amending the Social Security Act 2018 so that when a person receives a backdated ACC payment, MSD must review specified supplementary assistance granted for that past period and treat the person as a non-beneficiary if their specified benefit reduced to zero. MSD may make changes to the person's entitlement as part of this review. Madam Speaker, this is an important amendment to ensure that ACC recipients continue to be treated equitably, and that support remains targeted to those whose needs have not been met by other sources such as ACC compensation. Madam Speaker, charging income against this period it best represents has been a long-standing policy in the welfare system across subsequent and consequential governments. It ensures a person's income is charged accurately against their entitlement, and this is important as people can receive income that relates to different periods for many, many reasons. MSD currently does this by charging income over the period that it best represents, which is generally the period the person earned or became entitled to the income, or when this is unidentifiable, the period it was received. And in doing so, MSD may find that overpayments occurred and a recoverable debt should be established. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, in 2024, the Social Security Appeal Authority found MSD did not consider all the relevant factors when exercising its discretion to determine the correct period to charge income. This decision impacts the way all income is treated in the welfare system and does not align with the principles of how income is charged in the welfare system in practice. This bill amends the Social Security Act so that when calculating a person's weekly income, which includes ACC income, MSD must determine the period the income relates to based only on the extent to which a person earned or became entitled to it in that period. And if this is not possible, MSD must determine the appropriate period to charge that income having regard to the period for which it was received, acquired, paid, provided or supplied. Madam Speaker, this is an important change to ensure income continues to be charged accurately for the many people who receive income that relates to different periods. This bill enacts changes with prospective and retrospective effect. This is not standard, we acknowledge that. However, it addresses the important public interest for this long-standing policy intent to be accurately reflected in the law and to mitigate any flow-on financial and operational impacts. I want to reassure members of this House and the public that this retrospective legislation does not interfere with previous or ongoing litigation. As a result of the Select Committee process, we have proposed a change to the bill. Currently, the savings provision in the bill only captures individuals who have lodged an appeal with the Social Security Appeal Authority or courts prior to the date of its introduction. We have proposed to now capture individuals who have made an application to MSD for review of a decision by a Benefits Review Committee that has not yet been decided before the date of introduction. This ensures that all individuals who are actively seeking a review of their decision prior to the introduction of this bill will be treated in accordance with the decisions of the Appeal Authority and the High Court. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, and at my own peril, I would like to thank Labor and Willie Jackson for his collegiality on this bill, and with that, I'd like to commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I first of all thank the Minister too for making a real attempt, we thought, to find a way through this bill where we could perhaps have supported the government, but the select committee process, Madam Speaker, was made it very clear to us that by the end of it that wasn't going to be that could not be the case. And so it was with disappointment that we were unable to find a way through. But because a bipartisan approach, I think, on something like this is incredibly important, Madam Speaker. But it just wasn't to be. But we had a couple of meetings with the minister. We put up some options in terms of where we should go, particularly with some of the people who are being hurt by this bill. And I have to say that she was particularly sympathetic to some of the examples that we were given, but it seems that her officials find it all just too impossible to, and I'm not sure why they find it so impossible sometimes, Madam Speaker, to actually work things through, given these are officials who've worked with both National and Labour governments through the years, but it was with some disappointment that we were not able to reach a resolution, because we have people who are suffering because of this legislation, and I will say that through the select committee process, as short as it was, there was a lot of unanimity in terms of the select committee, even the ACT people showing some humanity. So I was quite taken by that. So I was now and then they shock us, Madam Speaker, but we were united in our view in terms of the unfairness of this bill. Yes, absolutely. So Labour agrees, though, that the closing of a double-dipping loophole in welfare is important, because we like everyone know that Kiwis must feel confident in a welfare system, and obviously don't end up resenting institutions. So we support ensuring all Kiwis have faith in the process. We get it. We hear them out there in terms of there's that response about people rorting the system. So we support the values at play, Madam Speaker, because those values matter very much to us in Labour. But it's important today to say we will not only be voting against this bill, but we denounce this bill. We denounce what's happening at the end of the day. It's unacceptable to drop debt onto our sickest and our most disabled Kiwis, all because ACC can't process claims fast enough. And my colleague Camilla Bellich will give some numbers with regards to that, because there was a lot of questions about that. These people, Madam Speaker, they're not criminals. They're Kiwis who are forced onto welfare because ACC are taking so long in terms of processing their claims. To now turn around and dump those sick and injured Kiwis with huge debts without building into that policy isn't welfare, Madam Speaker. It's actually cruelty. It's just not our sick and disabled being hit here. It's also the victims of terrible crimes who are about to get debt dumped on them. Madam Speaker, these are Kiwis who, through no fault of their own, have been victims of terrible crimes and have had to go on welfare while their sensitive claims have been heard. Turning around and now dumping debt on those people is unfair, and is something certainly that our party, Labour, will not tolerate. And certainly we received a lot of advice from community law groups and people out there who made it very clear that we shouldn't tolerate it. We were never going to tolerate it, but we needed to go through the process. We pushed for an amendment, Madam Speaker, that would give MSD the discretion to wipe the debt if the enforcement would cause hardship, alongside writing it off for sensitive claims. And as I said at the start of my cordial today, MSD found it impossible to be able to write in a discretion clause. I'm not sure why they found it impossible, because we've got lots of smart lawyers. There's a number of them here. I'm sure you could have written in something with regards to not causing precedent or put some rules around, but apparently it was impossible to write in a discretion clause. Many people would have agreed to taking welfare while their claim was being heard without realising they were going to have to pay it back. Now, for those Kiwis who are wealthy enough to pay it back, they should pay it back. There will also be those who simply are in no position to pay this debt back, and enforcing it obviously could cause serious hardship. So in those cases, Madam Speaker, surely there should be a discretion to write the debt off. I felt that our committee understood that, but let down by officials who are unable to come up with a discretion clause. The government have refused the amendment instead of a policy that has some sort of flexibility when dealing with the sickest, the disabled and those hurt by serious crime. It seems they want a punishment model to claw back funds from the poorest amongst us. And Madam Speaker, that's not justice. That actually amounts to punishment. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, that's the difference between, I suppose, the two groups in Parliament today. There's a difference between Labour and National, Madam Speaker, on this issue, and that's that we stand for a flexible social policy that helps where sadly National and this coalition government simply want to stick and to bash those who can't fight back. That's the feeling, that's the response we're getting from people and the communities out there. It's not the claimant's fault that ACC takes so long processing those claims. For those fortunate enough to have the money to pay it back, they should, but those who are desperate to begin with won't be helped by loading up debts on them now. And I take into account, Madam Speaker, some of the amendments from the Te Pāti Māori and Oreni Kaipara, who was talking quite rightly about principles, treaty principles, talking about partnership, talking about consultation with Māori, who are without doubt going to be the most effective here. And those amendments, of course, were thrown out, but is only right and only just to put those types of arguments up. We wanted to be helpful with this bill. We accept the need, and we hear the constant kōrero of double dipping, which is offensive to some of the people out there. Which is offensive to a lot of the people out there when they hear that, and the importance of the welfare system to be seen as fair and for all those paying into it. We get all the arguments, but I think after we traversed it and went through it, it is the wrong type of branding. But national solution to claw back funds from our sickest and poorest alongside those hurt by violent crime, Madam Speaker, is just without doubt a bridge too far. The policy will end up hurting people who can't afford any more pain to simply enforce a principle. The reality is, and we've had this in the House said many times, court decisions have to be respected. Have to be respected. The courts are not wrong to realise that people are getting hurt, Madam Speaker. That was the principle of the court's findings. It was very clear that they saw that groups of people were not going to be in a position to be able to pay back debts, and so we had to, rather than look at changing totally what was happening with the court, find a way through. And we felt that we were able to attach a level of flexibility that the coalition government were not interested in embracing. Madam Speaker, you can't criminalise people. You can't chase solo mothers who are just busy looking after their tamariki and whānau. You actually have to stand by them and provide a welfare system, Madam Speaker, that helps, heals and grows self-resilience. And you've got to help individuals stand on their own 2 feet. You can't constantly go after them. And sadly, that's what we're doing with the passing of this legislation. So for us, and we've said it many times, National stands for a welfare system that punches down and makes people too fearful to ask for help in the first place. Our Labour party does not. We will continue to support the people in the communities, and we absolutely oppose this bill. Kia ora tātou.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Almost 40,000 people have been unlawfully burdened with debts as a result, as a practice that has carried on by both national and Labour governments through decades. And you would be mistaken if you heard the minister's contributions at the third reading for thinking this was some boring bill that is just simply entrenching existing practice. Because what has the minister refused to acknowledge? That out of those almost 40,000 people, those that have had the largest debts to MSD while waiting for support from ACC include survivors of sexual violence. They include survivors of abuse and care. They include people who have had to deal with traumatic head injuries. And yet we've got a government that has refused to acknowledge this, that has refused to acknowledge and honour the dignity of people who have been failed by a system that does not believe sexual violence survivors, that does not recognise that unlike someone who may have had an injury from a rugby game, sexual violence survivors often have to go through a lengthy, often re-traumatising process to get their ACC claims. And the longer that process is, the larger the debt, the larger the penalty, the larger the punishment that was found to be unlawful by the High Court. And instead of taking a moment to look at themselves in the mirror and recognize that this unlawful practice was wrong, what did the government do? Introduce a bill in urgency, rush it through the Select Committee with a 1-week period, refuse to hear members of the public, and only invite a handful of organizations, not even engage during the Select Committee process with ACC. We had to even seek a briefing outside of the Select Committee process of this bill to even find out and have a glimpse on who this bill is affecting. The minister in charge of this bill has even refused to openly acknowledge that out of the glimpse of information that we received from the Select Committee, the sample that was given to us on those ACC claims, that the large majority of them were sexual violence survivors. How can this be a bill about fairness and equity when it entrenches a practice that puts some of our most injured and traumatized people in large debts? This government may be making it legal, but it does not make it right. And this is why we need a government that actually looks after people who are injured, sexual violence survivors and abuse and care survivors, as opposed to pretending that burdening them with large debts after going through a traumatizing process is about fairness and equity. The ACC system is not built with fairness or equity to begin with. We've been told for decades about the inequities that exist in gender and ethnic lines, of how somebody who gets injured at a sports game gets support really readily, while people who have birth injuries, people who have survived sexual violence, often have to endure a lengthy and traumatizing process to get the support that they need, only to find that they will have huge debts that come from the recouping and the clawback of support that they needed at the time, like the disability allowance, temporary additional support, and the accommodation supplement. These supports are not there because people just want them. They're there because people need them to survive. And if you heard the speech from the minister, you would be none the wiser about any of this, because she has refused to acknowledge the lived realities of the very same people this bill is affecting and the unlawful practice that this bill is legalizing. And I am shocked that in the first reading, we had members from the opposition, in fact, calling people as if they were engaging in double dipping, as opposed to acknowledging that there were people that they were simply trying to make ends meet. We deserve so much better than this process. The people who fought at the High Court to get this outcome deserve so much better. And I want to give a shout out to community law centres Aotearoa and welfare advocates across the country who managed to fight at the High Court level and win and prove that this practice was unlawful. But their point wasn't just about recognizing that the government was out of step with the law. The point was to prove that this practice was harming people. People don't go through a lengthy High Court process with sexual violence survivors simply to make a point. They go through this process to seek a level of justice. And when I hear members of the government talk about this bill as if it brings any level of equity, all I see are people who are completely out of touch, who are completely out of their depth, and who are refusing to engage with the substance of the bill. And I know that there were members of the government side in the Select Committee who I could tell understood the harm that this bill was causing. I know that there were members of the government who understood the unfairness of this bill. I could see members of the government nodding when we were getting told openly about the harm that this policy causes in sexual violence survivors. I know that they're not ignorant to the harm that this bill is causing, and it is not too late for members and parties in the government who know that the current bill as it is unfair, and it harms people who need our support. I want to acknowledge the countless of sexual violence survivors who took their time to write to the Select Committee, despite having only 2 days to do so. I acknowledge that putting yourself out in the public record in this way can be re-traumatizing, but I acknowledge that no one would do it if they didn't feel strongly about this bill and they didn't feel strongly about sexual violence. People who put themselves forward recognized that the current practice, legal or otherwise, was wrong. To make people go through sometimes years-long battles to get the rehabilitation and the counseling that they need to recover from sexual violence or abuse and care, only to be slapped with sometimes tens of thousands of dollars worth of debt that either comes out of your ACC back payments or gets put as a weekly repayment that comes out of your weekly income is wrong, and it undermines people's ability to survive. To pretend that this is about equity ignores that the support that someone receives from MSD cannot be compared to the support you receive from ACC when it comes to rehabilitation. I know many members of the government side know this quite clearly because of the constituency work they do or because they have seen the submissions from experts in this bill. They surely must know that this is wrong. But then I ask, why support this nonetheless if you know that some of the people most impacted are people who have undergone some of the most serious and deepest trauma anyone could ever do in their whole lifetime? And under the Committee of the Whole House stage, we indeed also tried to put amendments to minimize the harm that this bill was causing, to exclude sexual violence survivors and abuse and care survivors, people who were victims of crimes, people who would be put into hardship as a result of this. And I simply don't buy it, and I don't put the blame on officials for ruling these out of scope. If the minister genuinely believed that sexual violence survivors and abuse and care survivors or victims of crimes should be excluded from this bill, she could have sought out-of-scope amendments through the Business Committee. There are tools available to ministers to try and put out-of-scope amendments when they realize and they have evidence in front of them of the inequities and the harm that this bill is causing. It did not have to be this way. This is a horrendous and gruesome practice that has gone on for far too long. To pretend that this is just a simple tidy up ignores the harm that has been caused for decades. The harm that has been entrenched that prevents survivors of sexual violence from coming forward and seeking support. Because I can see why people would feel like coming forward to ask for support would only result in you being financially undermined. This is why the Greens are going to continue to fight for a welfare system that leaves everyone better off, that allows people to live in dignity, and an ACC system that becomes an agency of comprehensive care that believes sexual violence survivors. It is not too late for government parties to vote this down. I know they know that this is wrong. I know they know that sexual violence survivors are most inequitably harmed by this bill, and I urge them to not pretend that this is just tidying up existing practice that was found unlawful. They know this practice causes harm on people who need our support, and the Green Party will be fighting every step of the way to abolish this practice and restore dignity to survivors.
Member's time has expired. I call Pamjit Pama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm taking this call on behalf of ACT to support a Social Security Accident Compensation and Calculation of Weekly Income Amendment Bill in its third reading. Madam Speaker, that speech that we just heard, one point the member was making was about it's being rushed. And yes, Madam Speaker, it's a very important issue. We have to, otherwise we will not be doing justice to people, those who are going to be affected, because as days go by, there will be more and more people, those who will be affected. So we want to make sure that the impact of this, that the policy is there, but the way it is intended to deliver, if it is not delivering, we want to minimize the impact of that. The second point the member makes is about, Madam Speaker, that somehow some people should be excluded from the intention of the policy. And the member thinks that it's okay if the policy doesn't deliver on its intent. No, on this side, we are not that irresponsible. We are responsible members of parliament here. And if we see, we identify, we have seen that the policy has been interpreted differently. So it is our responsibility to fix it. And we are fixing through this legislation. So that's why, Madam Speaker, this is an important bill. And already the minister has spoken about the background to this bill, already described what this bill does. So I won't take too much of House's time. We support this bill and commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I
Dr.
rise.
David Wilson.
Madam Speaker, I rise as spokesperson for ACC for New Zealand First. I ironically thought, having taught politics at university, that this is the type of bill that could, be included in Stage 3 politics course, because it is not easy. And I think it would be fair to say that our party has wrestled with some of the issues here quite a lot. So first of all, I'd just like to say I admire the thought and consideration of all parties on this bill, and it's a shame that we were not able to reach consensus. I heard from our colleagues that it's a targeted welfare system, no impact on claimants. Clients will not get less under this amendment, and we take them at their word. We also saw that the amendment paper that came through today from the Minister had a number of things in it that we supported. We want to ensure that any complainants to ACC are not unfairly disadvantaged. That's where we stand. I also heard from the Honourable Camilla Bellich that sensitive claims made up 65% of the proportion of people that will be under this amendment bill, and of those also 70% were women. And I also heard that MSD had discretion to look at these cases, and we support that. I just want to end, Madam Speaker, with these things. New Zealand First's primary principles in trying to judge this are justice and fairness. And we would like to say that New Zealand First do not want any undue hardship or material hardship as a result of these changes. However, Madam Speaker, we support this bill.
I call Oreni Kaipara.
E te pika, I rise on behalf of Tāmaki Makaurau and Te Pāti Māori to once again oppose this bill. From the outset, our position has been very clear. This bill will deepen hardship for survivors of abuse, for survivors of sexual violence and abuse, and for those who suffer most in all of Aotearoa. We also oppose this bill because it represents a profound breach of justice, fairness, and the Crown's obligations to protect the well-being of whānau under te tiriti or waitangi. But the way in which the government has chosen to respond raises serious questions about fairness, proportionality, and trust in the system. The accident compensation scheme was built on a simple promise, Madam Speaker, and that is, if you are injured, the state will stand beside you, not on top of you. It was never meant to be a system where people often years later find themselves caught in administrative recalculations that could reopen settled settled matters or create new uncertainty about their financial position. That is the risk many submitters warned us about. We know now that the practical effect of this bill could fall hardest on those most vulnerable around our country, and almost 37,500 people will be affected. Who are they? Well, we asked repeatedly, and the answers always fell short of satisfactory. It was only yesterday that we learned through ACC, who managed to collate 50 current claims to try to give us a clear picture of who will be affected most by this bill. 65% of that sample size are sensitive claims of a serious nature, including sexual abuse and violence. This bill will also impact those recovering from injury, largely Māori. People navigating multiple systems at once, and those who simply trusted that when a matter was resolved, it was resolved. For Māori, those risks are not abstract, Madam Speaker. Māori are overrepresented in injury statistics, overrepresented among those experiencing economic hardship, and overrepresented among those navigating both ACC and income support systems at the same time. When policy settings shift in ways that create complexity or potential debt, it is our communities who tend to feel that pressure first and most sharply. That is why many of us argued that if legislative change was required, it should have been clearly prospective in effect, not retrospective, providing certainty for the future rather than revisiting the past. It is about making moko puna decisions and being a good tipuna today. Protect our future. But the reality before us today, Madam Speaker, is that this bill proceeds largely unchanged. And that is really disappointing, because good lawmaking should not only fix a legal interpretation, it should also protect the integrity of the social contract between the state and the people it serves, and in particular Māori, as partners to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. If people believe that decisions affecting their entitlements can be revisited years later, confidence in the system begins to erode. It's eroded. Nā wai he ka tahi ka tino he ke atu, from bad to worse. That is a saying that is being said right across the motu amongst Māori who fear this bill is going to impact them the most. For the people I represent in Tāmaki Makaurau, Madam Speaker, the question is always simple. Will this change make life more stable for whānau navigating injury, hardship, trauma, PTSD, or will it add another layer of uncertainty? Too many submitters told us it risks the latter. Despite those concerns, the government has chosen to move forward with minimal change. For our part, we will continue to advocate for Māori, for the vulnerable communities, and for a system that treats people with dignity, treats people with mana, protects them from unnecessary hardship, and honours the founding principle of ACC that when someone is injured in Aotearoa, the community stands behind them. Those principles matter. For the people of Tāmaki Makaurau and for Māori communities across the motu, and for every New Zealander who believes that fairness should remain at the heart of our social support systems, Te Pāti Māori strongly opposes this bill.
Mike Davidson.
Kia ora, Te Pika. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in total opposition to this bill, a bill that will just cause more harm, coming from a government that clearly does not care about the most vulnerable in our society. This bill is absolutely a disgrace. What we have seen from the High Court was a decision that showed that a policy that MSD was implementing was incorrect. So just because they'd been implementing doesn't mean it was right.
That's right.
It doesn't mean it was just. But when they looked at the cost it would force on them of around $63 million, their decision was, we're just going to change legislation so we can get that money.
That is terrible, especially when you look at who this actually affects. The people impacted by the decisions that is going to be made in this House today are some of the most vulnerable people in society. From a representative view of the submissions from ACC that they had a look at, it was clear that of the close to 40,000 people affected, 65% of them were sensitive claims. Survivors of sexual violence, survivors of abuse in state care, and 70% of them were women. That's right. Do we not care about who we are hurting when we make these decisions? And all we hear is, oh, we've got to stop the double dipping. We've got to fix the inequities. All you are doing is entrenching inequities. That's right. By hurting the most vulnerable. People who were waiting sometimes years and years and years for the AC claim to be accepted. And while they were waiting, they were having to live on a benefit. And they were having to get supplementary allowances just to survive. And then MSD wants to claw that back, which we know is against the legislation. But this government does not care. And so they tried to rush it through in urgency. But at least we managed to get a concession, so they took it to Select Committee, where they had a week, and then the public only had 2 days to submit. And what did we see? 900, close to 900 people making submissions. And of those submissions, only 2 people, 2 submitters supported this bill. But yet this government ignores that. And they ignore all the people that put their heart on paper to explain the trauma that they had been through, how they've been re-traumatised by this. That's right. And we know that there's parties within the government coalition that are sympathetic, but yet they still vote in favour of this bill. This bill that will re-traumatise people, that will put people into debt for probably a lot of their life. These people have been through so much. And yet right now, we have a government that is clearly showing that they just don't care. I just want to read. So I was having a look. I wasn't fortunate enough to be on the Select Committee, so I had a look at a few of the submissions, and I just want to quickly read one, and it was just a snapshot. And it was from a victim. Whilst waiting an ACC ruling as a single woman, I was made to try and survive on an amount from WINS that paid my rent and left me with $30 for food and healthcare. I became severely depressed, having never relied on WINS before, and I had no support. Eventually money came through, but in no way did it cover my costs and trauma that I had been through. I'd been a hard professional worker my whole life, and this changed my life and caused severe trauma to me. And once I got my payment, it was pittance, and I was just trying to pay back loans. This bill is disgraceful, and I oppose it.
Tim Crossley.
The problem I have with the Green Party is when you're outraged about everything, you're really outraged about nothing.
That's right.
Every single person should get and will get everything they are entitled to.
That's right.
They just won't get it twice.
That's right.
But every single person will get what they're entitled to, as they should. We have an amazing welfare system. I support this bill and commend it to the House.
Helen White.
I want to take issue with the statement made by the last speaker, and it really concerns me that despite all of the time in this House talking about this, the comprehension is so low about the nature of what we're doing today. So I'm going to start at the beginning. If you have somebody who breaks their arm, if Tim Crossley breaks his arm, then the accident compensation scheme kicks in without fault, and Tim Costley will receive 80% of his earnings. He will also receive household help because that will be helpful for him in his recovery. He will receive physio. He will receive taxis to and fro as he needs them. There will be rehabilitation that he gets. If a woman is sexually assaulted and she goes through a process that takes longer because it is hard to ascertain whether that is the cause of her breakdown, then she will not receive ACC compensation for the, say, 5 years that it takes for that claim to be sorted out. But the accident will still then be accepted as happening. What ACC will do is they will talk to MSD and they will take any benefit she's got during that time off her. That will come out of the 80% of her earnings. Then they will return the rest of the money to her because the main benefit recognises any double dipping risk. It says no main benefit and earnings. That's a double dip. But the law deals with that already. So what ACC will return to her is the remainder after any risk of double dipping. What then happens is that MSD treat what she has got left as a windfall income, and they take everything that they have given that woman during that time away from her, including any rehab costs, including any of the energy costs that she has spent. All those things are taken away from her. They are not taken away from Mr. Costley. He's given those things if he's broken his arm, but they're taken away from the woman who suffers the sexual assault. She pays for her own rehabilitation. The only people who benefit out of this are the state. The state doesn't have to pay in its ACC scheme all the additional payments that that woman should have received up until the time her claim is accepted. There is an injustice there. It is not equal treatment of people. It is lesser treatment of many. It is an injustice. And that was the rule that we were following when the High Court looked at the situation and said, that wasn't the intention of the legislature. That's not what the words say. The words say you can take the main benefit. They don't say you can claw back all this other money. And as a result, the government decided to legislate to say all the money taken, let's say stolen from those people because it was unlawful, any of that money that has taken, no, it's okay. We're going to make it retroactively lawful. So that is what we are doing today retrospectively. We're also changing the law today. We're not just reiterating it, we're changing it because we're not keeping the law as it was. We're moving to a state of saying that if you don't have your claim accepted for a number of years, you will actually have to pay all of these other benefits. Tim Costley won't. If he breaks his arm tomorrow, he'll still be in a better position than the woman who puts in a claim for sexual assault. Now, we don't know how many people are affected. What we know from what we meagerly got out of the Select Committee and afterwards, because we had to report before we got this information, is information with a sample of 50 of these people. 50 of the people they looked at ACC last year. That's where the figure of 65% of these people being sexual assault victims comes from. That was in that figure. 70% of those people from last year who miss out, they were women. There are also lots of people out there who are affected beyond that, but we don't know who they are because we didn't bother to find out. We also never found out whether ACC had any justification for not paying the money that they would have paid if they had not been in default, across to MSD in compensation to them to recognise the fact that there was this group of people who missed out big time. Why is ACC not funding this? Why doesn't ACC simply take the money that it's saved, look at the amount that the beneficiary who is having that claim made is up for, liable for, make an assessment about whether in fact they would have paid more out on ACC and knock for knock it with MSD. Those sorts of arrangements, they're not beyond us. Before I hear one more person stand up and say, we're just confirming the way we've always done things. I ask this House what they're here for. If we're just here to confirm whatever we are told without question, and without the fundamental question, which is this just? Is it just? Because I take the point you can't get upset about everything. But remember, the Labour Party started in a position of supporting this bill because of what it was told. It was just awake on the job. It found out what was going on. It found out that there was an injustice afoot, and it wasn't prepared to tolerate it. It is not our job to simply create the status quo regardless. Why otherwise are we here? We have this precious job where we get to actually change the world a little bit. It is not that hard to stand up for something that is just or moral. It is our job. And in fact, today, what we have is a government that is asleep on its watch, not doing a thing for the money they earn today, because it doesn't seem to worry it that the people impacted are not double dippers, that the premise they started on is not true. And that is why Mr. Costley can get up and say it's as simple as 2 lines, we don't want double dipping, and the Greens are just barking all the time. Neither of those things are true. This is something where we join our colleagues in the Greens and the Māori Party and say, this is not a reasonable law. Labour put up a very good amendment. It wasn't our work, it was based on work of submitters. It was the submitters who've lived and breathed these cases for years. And they told us that ACC have a discretion so that fairness is at the heart of the decisions that they make. And we took that on board and we created an amendment and we made sure sexual assault victims were in there first and foremost because we knew this was important. And this government declined to take it seriously. Well, the problem with that is damage will be done to a whole lot of workers out there. So next time someone from the government gets up and tells us that they care about workers, I urge the public to think, how much do they care about workers in this country? How much do they care about people, full stop? If this is the way that they are treating them, if they would rather just go along with a custom and practice, regardless of whether it makes any sense or, importantly, is just. That is the centre of our jobs. That is why we are here. That is why we come to this Parliament. And it's important that we lead morally and justly. And this law, it's another good reason to change the government this November. It's extremely important we do. Thank you.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr. Speaker, well, this bill is about fairness. This bill clarifies the law for those on ACC payments and their welfare entitlements to make sure the process is fair for everyone. There are cohorts of people out there that are on ACC and get welfare, and vice versa. They're on welfare and then they end up going on ACC. And the current situation, as interpreted by the courts, those who receive lump sum payments are treated more generously than the former, which are those on ACC and welfare. So the government has a duty to fix this. This is what this bill does, and I commend it to the House.
Next call is a split call. Kusha Tongai Emmanuel.
Tēnā rau atu koe e te māngai o te whare, hoi anō tātou katoa, e tū ana wau ki te whakahe I tēnei pere mo te Pāti Reipa. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite just talked about fairness, and we all know fairness is too subjective of a term. This is not about fairness, this is about justice. If this was simply about targeting people who, quote unquote, are ripping off the system, kei te pai. But this is absolutely going to impact on people who have engaged with these services in good faith. We all know somebody who has sat in ACC purgatory, Mr. Speaker, who's had their injury, gone through the process and waiting on their claim. So while they're waiting, let's talk about what happens and what this bill is actually going to do, even though my colleague Helen explained it so brilliantly. So they'll go to MSD and they'll get on a benefit while they wait. During that time, Mr. Speaker, they will often miss out on the support ACC should or would have been providing them. The rehab, the physio, the therapy, the travel, all real costs associated with their injury that is having a major impact on their life. Sometimes months or even years later, ACC accepts the claim. Happy days. Then they pay back. They make a back payment of about 80% of lost earnings. ACC then reimburses MSD for the main benefit paid during that period. That makes sense. Nobody disputes the principle that somebody should not be paid twice for the same income period. But what happens next is the problem. MSD treats the remainder of that back payment as income and seeks to recover it as debt. Even though that money is often needed for the rehab and living costs that person themselves has had to carry, which, as I know personally, often means the treatment is not accessed. Not only because of affordability, but in fact, because of accessibility. Some of the whānau I'm talking about, with all credit to services like ACC, who do try to be accessible, providing mobile services, that doesn't always cut it if you live in the likes of Pōtaka and Wharekaheka, who we just know have been cut off, literally from the outside world, for a couple of months. So accessibility to these services in the first place, to then understand if you're following the correct procedure, is an issue in itself. So therefore, people who have overcome those barriers and have finally received the support in good faith, understanding that they followed the correct procedure, that they have been acting lawfully, now going to get a bill saying, guess what? Surprise, surprise, you just exhaled, you've just experienced relief, knowing that you can meet your expenses. Sorry about it, you got to pay it all back. At a time when we know the number one issue in Aotearoa is the cost of living, this government is choosing to retrospectively burden people. We've heard in the House, Mr. Speaker, it's not just about broken arms and sprained ankles. 65% of the cases heard in Select Committee were sensitive cases. Survivors of, for example, survivors of abuse in state care, have they not been through enough? Can we not actually let them get on with healing their physical, mental and spiritual wounds, that now we're going to retrospectively punish them for behaving in a manner they didn't even understand was unlawful, behaving in a manner they believed they were following correct process. That's why, Mr. Speaker, Labor did enter into this in good faith and had a kōrero about it to see if in fact this was merely about people intentionally taking advantage of this service. We found that that was not the case. And we found that, in fact, it is going to be whānau who acted in good faith that are going to be seriously burdened by this. As I said, Mr. Speaker, these whānau have enough to deal with. Let's let them get on with recovering, spiritually, physically and mentally, and moving forward. This government needs to take the advice of ACC and have a and really think about what they're doing. E te māngai o te whare, mō te Pāti Reipa, me ngā whānau katoa e mā takitaki mai ana, ka rero atu au e whakai ki tēnei pere.
Here we go.
Sometimes some decisions that we have to make are very hard decisions to make, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't be made. And yep, listening to people on the other side, I can acknowledge this is one of those difficult decisions. But Mr. Speaker, there's a situation where two groups of people, one group is being treated more generously than the other. And so is that fair? When they want to talk about fairness, when they want to say that we don't care about workers, what about those that are not being treated as generously as the other group? That's not fair, Mr. Speaker. And for a Green Party member to get up and say we shouldn't be tidying up just because it was found unlawful, well, typical of the Green Party to not care what's lawful or not. Mr. Speaker, this is a hard decision, but it's the right decision. And it's a decision that needs to be made. I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really complicated matter, but I think I have time to probably go through the background of how we arrived in this place. So in October 2025, there was a successful court case that was taken by the community law centres representing claimants who had their supplementary payments paid, had been made to pay their supplementary payments back when they had received ACC. Now, they were successful, meaning that the law as it was currently being applied by MSD was not correct. The policy of MSD was not being implemented correctly. And so this is why we are here today in the House. The government decided, I think on the 17th, around about the 17th of February, or probably decided before that, but the House and the opposition parties were informed on that date that they wanted to change the law, and that change would mean that the people who had received MSD supplementary payments and then subsequently, often a long time later, ACC payments would again have to go into debt or find a way of paying back those particular promises. And this is something that we thought about really hard in Labor. One of the things that we, when we were first presented with this bill, were very concerned about was the fact the initial proposal by the government was to bring this bill to Parliament and to place it under urgency and to have the bill go through all stages urgency in one day. And we hadn't had enough time to look at what the implications would be. We hadn't had enough time to speak with people who are affected, with people who represent those who are affected. And so we were able to negotiate with the government, and I thank the government for their good faith interactions with us in this respect, to have a short select committee process of around a week. And that was extremely important, as we've come to see, because we received 860 submissions, even though there were only 2.5 days for people to actually put submissions in. And that really indicated to us, and was a first kind of warning sign, that this might be a little bit more complicated than it had originally been portrayed. And I think one of the things that we learnt through the select committee process, and I think the members of that committee who, from all accounts, from across the House participated diligently in that committee, although it was for a short time, is that this isn't simply a matter of people being paid twice. That is not correct. This isn't about the main benefit. This isn't about this isn't about, and we've heard it quoted before in the House, it's not about it's not a situation, I'm now convinced of double dipping. It is a situation where you actually have people who have received payments for things like the disability allowance, who have received payments, like the winter energy payment, have actually had to use those payments to live. If they had been entitled, if they had received ACC during that time, and all of these people that we're talking about should have been receiving ACC because they've received backdated pay, then other forms of compensation, rehabilitation would have been available to them. So we're actually talking about people who are being asked to pay back money, which in many cases is a lower amount than what they would have received if they'd been on ACC at the time. And so this is an injustice of this bill, regardless of the asking of the repayment and the damage it might cause to vulnerable people. This is an issue which still hasn't been resolved, and it means that many of the claims from those on the other side of the House are not 100% correct, because you are looking at a situation where people did not and we have not heard from ACC or the government that they will be reimbursing MSD, so that the cost of those supplementary payments are going directly onto claimants. And so that is an unfairness, and unfortunately has not been able to be resolved through this process. One thing that was really positive from the Select Committee process was the fact that the government agreed to extend the number of people who were excluded from having to repay under this bill. Initially it was people who had filed formal claims, but now it's been extended to people who have raised complaints with MSD. Without that Select Committee process that we argued for, and we voted for this bill to Select Committee because we wanted to hear from people who would be facing that injustice, that may not have happened. So I think that shows the Select Committee process was worthwhile, even though it was short, and that small change is something that we voted for as an amendment when the Minister put that to the Committee of the whole House. Unfortunately, as others have said, we were unable to reach a point where we were assured that when situations of severe injustice, severe hardship would occur as a result of this legislation, that we would not be confident that MSD would have the discretion to make sure that they didn't enforce a payment. Now, these people are not people, as many have said, who've done anything wrong. These are people who have acted in good faith. They've legally received MSD assistance. They've then legally, again, and with showing good faith, received assistance because they've been injured from ACC. So they have done nothing wrong here. But at the same time, they are being given a debt that many may never be able to repay. And another thing that was very, very important that we were able to ascertain at the Select Committee is who we're actually talking about here, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about mainly women, 70% women out of the group that ACC looked at as a sample group, and 65% of them have sensitive claims. And so those are claims where people have been subject to sexual abuse, assault, rape, horrific crimes. These are our most vulnerable people, and it is such, have had such terrible experiences, and our deeply felt genuine concern is that it is not right for those people to have that struggle to finally get ACC coverage for that sensitive claim, and for us to then say to them when they've done nothing wrong, even when there is an assessment that it would cause undue hardship, that yes, we're going to put you in debt. Despite the hardship that you have faced in your life, we're going to put you in debt again. It's a serious matter, and we know that people are watching. I received an email about the committee stage this morning from a sensitive claimant. She watched 4 hours of this debate, and I want to acknowledge her and those other people like her who have actually taken time to watch this debate and acknowledge the fact that this is such an important thing. And I want to apologise for the fact that we are unable to fully address the fact that their concerns and their personal situations cannot be amended by this Act. So we did try hard to try and get that discretion in place. We did put forward in good faith these amendments, and unfortunately we were unable to get that agreement from the other side of the House. And so this is something that will be ongoing. I've been informed that there is already a petition that has been started, and that petition will be coming to the House. And so there is an opportunity for people to support that petition and to provide advocacy in this situation if they so want to. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a situation where there is, we know that there will be hardship caused by this, and so this is a situation really where there are no winners, and it's a really sad day, I think, for the House. Another issue that I just wanted to quickly raise was the fact that I don't think there has been enough opportunity because of this truncated process to actually think about the possible indirect discriminatory aspects of this bill. I've read the Bill of Rights vet from the Attorney General. I mentioned this in the committee stage as well. She did not have, I don't think, the information that we now have about the demographics of people that are affected under this bill. And still we have imperfect data on this. We don't have data on ethnicity. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an aspect of ethnicity that has shown up in the people who will be affected here as well. The reason I raise that is because that's a protected characteristic, and that is a protected characteristic under our human rights legislation. And I do think that this is could be considered to be a case of indirect discrimination, where you do have a policy that appears to apply to everyone, but actually the statistics that we do have show that the people it's applying to are women with sensitive claims who have been subject to sexual abuse. And as my colleague says, many of these women, a significant number of them are older women as well. So, Mr Speaker, there's not much more to say on this bill. Labor doesn't support it. It's a very sad day when we are faced with evidence that something that we have control over in this House will produce more hardship, and we're unable to find a way through that. I'm not going to blame any particular person or party for this, but it is a really serious matter, and it's a sad day that we haven't been able to properly acknowledge this terrible, hard situation that will which will eventuate for many of these people.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It falls to me as the last speaker on this debate to thank the Social Services and Communities Select Committee, who did recommend by majority that the bill proceed without amendment. I want to also acknowledge Minister Louise Upston and her leadership in the MSD space, and I also want to acknowledge our ACC Minister and his leadership in the ACC portfolio. As he articulated at question time today, ACC is delivering its strongest rehabilitation performance in over a decade and getting New Zealanders back to work and independent faster. I commend the bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
All votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maramino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 53. The question is agreed to.
Social Security Accident Compensation and Calculation of Weekly Income Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Interrupted debate on the second reading of the Healthy Futures Paiora Amendment Bill.
The next call is call number 8, which I believe is the Labour Party.
Mr Speaker.
Dr Tracy McCallum.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And thank you for the opportunity to resume this debate and make a contribution on the Healthy Futures Paiora Amendment Bill. And I had to check myself saying that because it's kind of back to front, isn't it? Quite noticeable that the name has been changed, a little bit small-minded and somewhat petty, as they say. But nevertheless, for those of us who are used to saying it the other way round, here we find ourselves today. Now, I want to just reiterate, because this is a interrupted debate, that obviously Labor won't be supporting this bill. For various reasons, for various good reasons, but I'm going to focus on 3 particular things in relation to this government's approach to health, which I think this bill sums up quite nicely. And the first one is, quite obviously, the bill mistakes measurement for improvement. And that's not an easy mistake to make, but yet here we are. We find ourselves, this government is yet again making the mistake of saying that if you simply measure something, then somehow you're going to improve the system. And no one disagrees with the fact that performance should be visible. I think we can all agree to that, but simply writing targets into law isn't going to do anything to create capacity. And Mr. Speaker, we know that emergency departments, they're not under pressure because these targets up until this point haven't been legal. That's an absurdity. They're under pressure because there's not enough staff. There's not enough doctors, there's not enough nurses, there's not enough allied professionals, there's not enough staff in general. And there's certainly not enough primary care upstream, and those things matter. We know that when people, when they can't afford to see their GP, they delay their care, they get sicker and sicker, they end up in hospitals, and those emergency departments start to overflow. And instead of taking the opportunity that this government has to do something about that, to address those underlying causes, to address the things that are actually going wrong and needing attention, and fixing those shortages, the government's answer is just to lock those targets into legislation. And that is such a lazy shortcut. It's backwards, it's literally backwards, and it's taking the health system backwards. Now, on this side of the House, Labor certainly is very vocal about the fact that everybody, we believe, should be able to get the health care that they need, when they need it, close to home. It should be without the cost, without the wait times, and that is incredibly important. And if you don't address that foundation to the health system, it's barking mad to think you can simply attach a number to it, write it into an act, and suddenly it will be fixed. And what's especially egregious with this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that most of the submitters, I didn't have the pleasure of being on the select committee, so I didn't witness the process firsthand, but certainly in talking with colleagues and seeing the reports, the submitters warned that legislating targets poses risks. It risks that the numbers get gaming the numbers. It risks that what actually happens is that care just gets narrowed down to what is actually measured. And we saw that last time National tried this. We saw that happening in hospitals. We saw loads of people going into particular hospitals when it was coming time to report at the end of a reporting section, and people would suddenly get their cataracts fixed for heaps of people were able to do simple things like get cataracts fixed, but the knees and hips and all sorts of other things weren't being attended to because that particular DHB just needed to get those measures up, and you need to meet those targets. We know it also means it risks that the system just starts ignoring things like equity and prevention, and that still matters. This government can't just say that things that are fundamentally important to decent outcomes simply don't matter, because if you just legislate some targets, somehow it'll all be fixed. And ultimately, it just distorts service delivery, and that is a real shame. The second point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is that the bill tightens control of the workforce, and it does, while weakening the workforce voice. And, why does this legislation feel the need to even bother emphasising public service neutrality? What does that even mean, and what are they trying to get at there? Doctors, nurses and allied staff, allied professionals speaking out, when they do speak out, and they do and they should do, about unsafe staffing, about cuts, about what is the lived reality inside the hospitals that they are working in. That's not political mischief. It's not a bad thing. It's professional responsibility. For many of those professionals, they actually have a professional responsibility towards advocating for patient safety. And this government thinks that they can just do something to make that go away. That's absurd. If legislation starts constraining those professionals who we trust to run our health system, if they start constraining their ability to advocate for patient safety, then we have got a massive problem. And at the very moment when we know that morale is incredibly fragile, because it is, We see it all the time. There's media. Those of us who are out and about in our constituencies and we're talking to people, we hear it all the time. You only have to go door knocking in any suburb, in any electorate, and one of the first things people talk about is how stressed and worried they are about the health system and how they have a family member or they are themselves someone who works in the health system and that they're really, really worried. And at a time when that morale is so low, this bill also repeals the Health Charter, which removes the principles that the sector put together that were designed to actually support the collaboration and the shared values that make the system work properly. And you cannot, absolutely cannot rebuild that strained system, and it is a strained system, simply by silencing the very people that are holding that system together. That's bonkers. Wages, as we know, make up about 70% of the operating costs. So by definition, workforce stability is the system. Anything you're doing to undermine that is a risk to the care that people receive. And instead of rebuilding that trust, this bill centralises bargaining leverage, which is a mistake and it won't work. And it then tells staff who they're not listening to, who they're putting under more strain by taking control and silencing their voice, hey, while you're at it, simply hit those targets. That's not leadership, it is control without support. And the third thing, Mr Speaker, that on this side of the House we really don't like about this bill is it not only centralises power, but it centralises power and quietly opens up the door to privatisation. And that is the second most common thing. When you're door knocking and you're talking to real people, they mention the fact that they're worried about the health system, they're worried about accessing the health system, they're worried about the staff that work in the health system, and they're worried that this government is setting it all up because that is what they want to achieve ultimately. And that is absolutely fundamentally not what they should be doing. It explicitly adds an objective to work with private providers. It allows the Minister to handpick board members. It allows the Director General to actually sit on board meetings, not to protect independence, mind you, but just simply to reflect government priorities. It scraps the audit requirements for the health plan, and it downgrades Māori leadership to advisory roles only. And even just saying that last part out loud should signal to everybody that that is absolutely fundamentally the wrong direction. Piece by piece, this bill shifts power upwards and it shifts it outwards, and anything that we are doing on purpose, that this government is doing on purpose to fundamentally undermine that partnership is a step in the wrong direction. And it's a step that I think lots of people could be quite rightly concerned about towards privatisation and away from public provision. Mr Speaker, we know that under Christopher Luxon and this national government, it's already getting harder and more expensive to see either a GP, it's getting harder and more expensive to see a nurse and to access care. And we know that when people delay that care, hospitals become overstretched. And if this government, and I note that they've got more to say at the moment than what they've contributed thus far in this debate, if the government were actually serious about doing anything about that and improving health outcomes, why aren't they focusing on making it cheaper to do that? No, they're leaving it to the Labor Party, and that's why we've prioritised 3 free GP visits for everybody every year through the Medicard. Because if you don't address the underlying causes of what's holding the health system up, then you're not doing your job and you're wasting your time here. Why aren't they investing in the infrastructure that the health system needs? Why aren't they worried about prevention and actually doing something to prevent the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff? No, instead we're here today and we're talking about legislating targets. And we're not opposed to health targets, obviously they have a place. Some health targets work. Some health targets work, but not these ones. These ones are useless health targets. So they're not only doing the wrong thing, they're choosing the wrong health targets to do the wrong thing. And if they were interested in health reform and better care, they'd be doing that, but no, they're just simply interested in better optics.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in support of the Healthy Futures Paiora Amendment Bill in the second reading. We are putting more money into health, contrary to what we've just heard, the scaremongering that's going on. This bill is putting patients first, contrary to what the previous government did. This Healthy Futures Amendment Bill is about shifting the focus from bureaucracy to delivery, ensuring every New Zealander has timely access to quality health care. We're mandating health targets that ensure focus remains on what matters, reducing emergency wait times, improving cancer management, increasing childhood immunisations that all went backwards under that government. I commend this bill to the House.
Next call is
Mr. Speaker. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to oppose the Healthy Futures Paiora Amendment Bill. And I find it so interesting that every time a National Party backbencher gets up, they say that this government's put more money into health than any other government. Well, that kind of happens with every government, because as the population rises, we always put more money in. But if it's per population, we've got to consider, is that correct? So we need to pay attention, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know if people remember the 1990s when the national government was in power. I do. I remember that. And Mr. Speaker, I remember marching on Parliament here with the Hikoi for Hope. And it was tens of thousands of people from around the country marching from all ends and corners, challenging that national coalition government about their treatment of beneficiaries, their treatment of those in the health system, their treatment of those in public housing, in fact the sell-off of public housing. But I do remember, because I had to access the health service back in the 1990s, and I don't know if people remember when National was in power, they had the hospital user charges. So you know, the welfare state had been created, and you know, back in the 1930s, it was free healthcare for all, and then it comes along a national government and they put in this healthcare user charges. So when I had to go to the hospital, I had to pay a fee to go into there. And Mr. Speaker, it is looking at this legislation and looking at what they're trying to do yet again. I feel like it is a national-led government who is meddling and messing with our health system without consideration for actually the people at the coalface who are doing the work. Whether it comes to our ED doctors, our ED nurses, whether it comes to our cancer care specialists, whether it comes to those who are out in our public health nurses doing their thing. Mr. Speaker, it's, as my colleague said, Dr. Tracy McClellan, that yes, we've got to be ambitious, we've got to have targets, we've got to get somewhere, but at the same time, if you're not taking the workforce with you, if you're not finding a way through where actually the morale and the buy-in and them having the resources and having the collaboration, then I think that something is wrong. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking against this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, as we look at what is going on here, and we try to understand, you know, if you want to fix the system, if you want to fix the numbers, you don't just put a blanket, you know, numbers in place there through legislation, because that is the heavy hammer of this place. And what does it mean if you do that and then you don't actually engage with those health services and find a way through where it damages morale, it damages those who are doing the hard yards and doing the long hours. Mr. Speaker, we can't support this legislation, as many of my colleagues have spoken about, because fundamentally I believe that legislation isn't the silver bullet that will fix us getting our wait lists down, that will get up our rates of immunisation. Mr. Speaker, there's got to be a way through where we're working in collaboration. And so, with a straight face, Mr. Speaker, I stand here and also want to talk about te tiriti and the requirements of that. And as I look through the bill, and as I was trying to find where's my little bit of notes I had, this does weaken, Mr. Speaker, our partnerships and iwi partnerships, which is something that has been worked on so hard for so long. In fact, it undoes some of the work that has been done around Māori
and iwi representatives at the table. And Mr. Speaker, why is this important? Because so often it is our most vulnerable, and as they kind of cackle and laugh, our most high needs users are actually our Māori populations who are suspicious and who don't necessarily trust our health professionals. So we need representatives at the table. Statistics do not lie, Mr. Speaker. And so we need to be aware and know that as we undo and take away some of those expectations, some of those powers of our Māori advisory groups, that actually takes away trust and actually yet again adds to the statistics, which we should be embarrassed about, we should be ashamed about. And Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that we have a strong public health service, that iwi, that Māori are at the table, making sure that they are represented.
Mr. Speaker, National are fixing the basics and building the future. Health is really important to the Kapiti Coast. We have one of the highest numbers of over 65s, which put some extra health demands. That's why things like the new breast cancer clinic in Waikanae was so important, getting that extra funding for our health shuttle. And that's why these targets make a meaningful difference, because it means residents that I meet have got their specialist appointment faster, their elective surgery, their cancer appointment. They've got through the ED room quicker. That's what building the future looks like. I commend the bill to the House.
E te mango te whare, ki te whakaaro au mō ngā hohi pera, ka hoki ngā mahara ki te wā I tipu au, I te wā I tū tētahi o ngā pakeke ki te tuku karakia, I tuku inoi atu rātou mō ngā mea e noho taumahana I roto I ngā hohi pera. I tēnei rā, ko taku kōkā tēnā, e noho taumahana ki roto I te hohi pera o Tūranganui a Kiwa. Nā reira kia koe, e te kōkā Aunty Polly, tēnei au e tuku aroha atu kia koe, ma te atua tonu koe e manaaki e tiaki. Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose this bill on behalf of the Labour Party. And before we get bogged down into analysing the 30-second contributions given by members opposite, I want to take, and that's being generous, I want to take some time, Mr. Speaker, to reflect on why these changes matter. And that is, from Te Ao Māori perspective, we took a long time to get here. In pre-colonial times, Mr. Speaker, Māori had economic and health systems already running. Over successive years, these have been disestablished to the point where we find ourselves addressing some of the needs they have actually addressed across the House, but still not hitting the target. That's why the inclusion and the powers given to people like the Iwi Māori partnership boards matter, and making sure they remain whole and are not diluted matter. In 1840, Māori were told by the Crown, kei te pai koutou, we're going to afford you the same rights and we will look after you. Well, that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened, and not only that, we weren't allowed to do it ourselves. 1907, the Tohunga Suppression Act. That took away not only a massive impact on the health, the way we address health in whānau Māori and hapu Māori communities, that actually had a very damaging impact on the health of practitioners. In the 90s and early 2000s, I had the privilege of studying with a woman from Rangitukia. And as we were studying the impact of the Tohunga Suppression Act, Mr. Speaker, she said, now I know what's wrong with me. There had been no mention of her talents and her gifts and the value which they play to heal whānau. So that not only had a massive impact on our societal ways of addressing health, it had an impact on her health. So when you look at things like Te Aka Whaiora, Mr. Speaker, and we had practitioners who were finally able to utilise their tikanga Māori abilities in a mainstream system, not just for Māori but for everyone, that impact was massive. And that's why any little things that people think are little tweaks and amendments, that's why they matter, because it hasn't just been a 3-year government term that's got us here. It's been hundreds of years and generations of people whose health has been sacrificed by the decisions made and given 15 seconds of consideration in this House. And that's why Labour will not stand for it. And that's why, whānau, keep your eyes on the prize, register, vote, make this a one-term government. Yeah. Because all your concerns about your hauora are falling on deaf ears. We heard a doctor, no less, from across the House talk about, oh, we've put more money in this than anyone. What good is money if it's landing in the wrong places? And that's why the dilution of the role of the mana being given to iwi Māori partnership boards is so dangerous. What iwi Māori partnership boards represent, Mr. Speaker, is direct connection to community. And they need to be able to give direct influence to the health services that we deliver to communities across Aotearoa. With all due respect to Census, they don't always get into the far reach. In fact, I was asked to work on a project to address that very fact, that they don't always get into the most isolated communities. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is if we take the broad stroke into what general needs are, that's where whānau miss out. For example, right now in Tairāwhiti, we don't do chemotherapy, we don't really do a lot of cancer care. A lot of whānau will either travel to Hastings or they'll go to Hamilton. Now, and I know for a fact, whānau's lives are shortened because of it. Because my own father-in-law, Mr. Speaker, said to my husband, what will that mean? Oh, it'll mean so many trips to Hamilton. That's not how I want to spend my last days. So you're talking about money going to the right places. You can thank Labour, actually, because it was Labour who had the courage to establish Te Aka Whaiora. It was Labour who had the courage to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi partnerships. And that's why people will be thanking Labour when this government is gone on November the 7th this year. Back to the point, Mr. Speaker, which this, by the way, members opposite had ample time to make points. Oh, yeah. This, Mr. Speaker, is actually the opposite of what National Party preaches, and that was that they would give mana and authority to iwi Māori partnership boards. What this bill does is dilute that, and it's another method that this government is using to slowly but surely chip away at all the positive mahi that has been done in iwi partnerships, iwi Crown partnerships and relations. This is another damaging effect that this government is having on it. And another thing that we're going to have to clean up when Labour come back into government. Hoi anōra, kia koutou katoa ngā kaimahi e mahi ana I roto I ngā hauora katoa puta noa I Aotearoa, tēnā koutou e manaaki e tiaki ana I ngā tūroro katoa o te motu. Mr. Speaker, I do not commend this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 10th of March 2026. Kia pai te bitura wiki, have a good weekend.